कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
World in a Plate goes live. Finally, we've gone through 3 days of amazing cooking, and I hope you guys are enjoying this format. World on a Plate going live is very, very new to us. We wanted the whole of the country to cook along with some of the top chefs, and that's why we brought some of the top chefs to do these things for you. They're cooking from their homes to yours. And yesterday was really, really fun for me because I got to go to a farm after a long time. The farm lore was such a beautiful experience. Lots of mango trees, greenery, and it's so exciting to see young chefs pushing the envelope. The lore guys are really, really exciting. I mean, we definitely saw their 2 master classes, and thank you for hosting us. It's such a beautiful location. So that was day 3, and moving on, one more great thing which we saw in day 3 was going into someone's home is exciting. Like we saw lots of beautiful kitchens across the country, and the last one was of course Simon. We went to someone's home in Australia with his little doggy Lentil, and it is such a sweet family cooking for 50 minutes. Thank you, chefs. You guys have been really amazing. You're doing a great job contributing your time, your expertise, and teaching people from your homes to their homes using recipes which are available just out of just everywhere to make such brilliant dishes. So moving on, of course, my trip, my love with Australia, happened, the first time I went to Australia in 2015, and went for taste of Melbourne, and the second time around, of course, was recently in 2018, where I managed to go and meet the one and only Marco Pierre White at the Gourmet Escape. The Gourmet Escape happens at the Margaret River. It's a stunning destination, beautiful beaches. It's lots and lots of wine, and it's a great food festival which one should not miss. I can imagine everyone across the world with these massive festivals, beautiful curated festivals. They must be going through so much of pain during these times, and I'm sure we'll make our way back As you know, World on a Plate this time is all about, the industries got together in India for the cause of charity. And you should go do your bit, and support the World Hunger Warriors, for sure. And I know the link is all over. Find it on the website, and make sure that you go and contribute with all your heart. Going back to my series of the behind the scenes of all the things which happened, one of my most special 3 events which I've had and World on a Plate has hosted is with none other than the legendary Marco Pure White. So we were lucky to, 2019 was all about Marco Pure White, and in the month of January he made his first appearance in Mumbai, and people had told me so much about him, how crazy, what a taskmaster he's at the kitchen, and he at Hell's Kitchen, which he was once known for. He's taught many legends like the Gordon Ramsays to many of the world. So I was really scared how I'm going to manage, dealing or even working with Marco. So the first time I saw him walking, I went to pick him up at the Bombay airport, and I see this really massive guy who looks like Einstein with his frizzy hair, and I was a little intrigued to know what this man is all about. But then history says it all. Marco has come to us 3 times. The last one was he's one of the most genuine, friendly guy you'll ever meet. One of the best chefs I've seen in action. The last one was, of course, in February 2020, just before the pandemic hit us. So from so Marco's stories are going to go on Saturday and Sunday because he's one of my favorite guys. So much to talk about him, behind the scenes, what we did, what he cooked, and so on. So without too much going on, let's talk about our next chef for today. The first chef with a DIY kit happened on Friday with Simon, and these DIY kits are really special. 6 of the top chefs are being given DIY kits, and Ajay Chopra, who I'm just going to introduce you. I hope you guys have got his DIY kit. He's a special man, a former judge of MasterChef India, a very close buddy. We hung out in 2018 when he was a part of the Sumeru team. We were doing a charity show, and charity puts all of us together, and Ajay was one of them. I got to know really close because of charity, and I'm really excited about his class because I see a lot of Indian chefs using Indian ingredients, Indian style techniques, delivering some exciting different cuisines. Like, I think he's making something exciting around Mexican cuisine with the Indian twist to it. So I'm excited to see the masterclass. I hope you guys are going to go cook along with us, and I'm going to see you soon on the other side. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to WOAP Masterclass. Well, I'm so excited to be at home yet be at a masterclass because till the last year and the year before, I was a part of WOAP in Bangalore as well as in Mumbai, and we were obviously in a big ground with a lot of crowd and big chefs coming in from all across the world. Last year we had Marco Pure White coming in. It was such an honor to meet him. So first of all, thank you, Kiran. Thank you, WOAP team, to still put together this amazing WOAP sessions all across online, and definitely for the cause of charity. I just want to say something that that touched my heart when Kiran spoke to me, that it is about reaching out to your local community. And thank you so much, all of you who are joining in and being a part of this charity, because this is going to make everybody else happy. We have definitely got blessed by God to have a roof on our We are definitely blessed to have a roof on our heads. We are definitely blessed to have food on our tables. But there are many that who do not have this. So that is why we are coming together for this cause, and we are going to have an amazing time cooking, sharing, cooking along. So let's begin. Today for you guys, I have got an amazing dish, which is a Sindhi dish, very popular, dal pakwan. I'm sure everybody has heard about dal pakwan because it is actually one of the Sindhi favorites. But I have done a dal pakwan makeover. I've done a dal pakwan nachos, and it's a very interesting recipe because how the pakwan becomes a nacho, how the dal becomes the bean sauce. We still have the salsa, we still have the sour cream, we still have the jalapenos, and we still have the gorgeousness of dal pakwan, yet it becomes an amazing dal pakwan nachos. So I'm going to take you now to my humble kitchen, and we will go there and start cooking the dal pakwan nachos. Alright, so all this while you have been watching me in some studio or the other. Welcome to my kitchen. आज आपके लिए बढ़िया से दाल पकवान nachos बनने वाले हैं. Well, I'm going to make some amazing dal pakwan nachos for you. We are going to cook along. So please follow all the steps. We are going to go step by step. I'm going to take it slow and steady and show you every single step and the nuances there. So let's begin. I will tell you that there are three major components to this dish. One is obviously the dal, which is to be boiled and also has to be given a tempering, and the other one is making the nachos, which is the biggest part. And then there is the garnishes, the things which will come on top. So there is tomato salsa, there is whipped sour cream made at home, and then there is a bit of jalapenos which are going to be strewed around. So this is really it, a simple dish but elevated to come into a modern restaurant anytime, anywhere. Alright, so let's begin by firstly making the dough. Well, a few things that you have to make sure whilst making the dough is that we're going to use a process which is called as shortening. In Hindi it's called as moin, basically Basically what happens is that when you take maida or refined flour and you kind of just rub like this, it basically breaks off the gluten. It breaks off the gluten, and that's what is called shortening, which means that the dough doesn't become stretchy but it becomes very crisp. So that's what we really need to achieve in the dough, and it's very simple. So let's make the dough. Now dough is again maida, which is refined flour, ghee and salt, and simple. So let's begin by making the dough. I've got with me refined flour and I'm going to add ghee into it, and the most important part to this step is the shortening, which means that you have to rub the flour and the ghee together till they become like breadcrumbs, and then I'm going to show you. So now we can see that this flour and ghee has to be rubbed together so that it becomes like breadcrumbs. Pause karo. So shortening is the main step of this dough, and you can see that the flour has become crumbly. And a good test to this is that when you press it in your knuckles, it should actually just become like this and then broken. So I'm going to just use very little water and make a firm dough. Now the dough is ready. It's not very soft, it's not very hard, it's a firm dough. So that is also a key requirement. Now generally we make nachos with flour tortilla, which is basically nothing but flour, refined flour roti, which is big roti. You cut it into triangles and you deep fry it, or you can bake it. Here we have just basically shortened this because pakwan is made with this dough. So pakwan generally also has ajwain. I've avoided that in the dough. So what I'm doing is now just going to flatten it really thin. That's the key. So if you're cooking along with me, you have to flatten it really thin, and then we're going to cut triangles and deep fry. So it's nice and firm now. So what I'm going to do now is roll this up and then make nachos out of this. Now you could decide to bake these chips or you can deep fry. Well, it's a dal pakwan nachos, so ideally fried, but if you do not like fried, you can also bake it. I'm going to roll this as thin as possible. And then I'm going to cut out triangle shapes. So you can see that the ajwain is looking good, as well as is going to give it a great flavor. All right, nice and thin, about 2 to 3 mm. Now we're just gonna make it into lovely triangular shapes. So just cutting them just like these lovely triangles. Don't worry about these, they can be made into matar matti later, or you could make samosas out of it. So what we have here is a sheet like this. Now this has to be nice and thin, then only it'll become crisp. What we will have to do is just poke them with a fork so that they don't become like fluffy papadis, and then we're going to cut them in triangles. Alright, ready to go into a kadhai for frying. Alright, ready to go into a kadhai for frying. Medium hot oil, and these pakwan slash nachos are ready to fry. Now we need to fry them golden brown, nice and crisp. So now these nachos are nice and golden brown, crispy. I'm going to take them out on a tissue to get the excess oil off. There you go. Now the next step is to make the chana dal. Now this chana dal is been soaked for a few hours now, but if you want to add chana and moong, you can do that also. If you want to only use chana, you can very well use chana. The dal, the texture, the consistency, all that is important. So when we are boiling it in a pressure cooker, 3 steams, that's what we need. 3 steams, and then I will have the boiled dal go into tempering. All right, so nachos are done. Dal is boiled. Now let's get on to doing the dal tadka, which is just tempering the dal. So I'm using onions, tomatoes. You know, it's a nice tangy tadka. So let's make the tadka. Let's cook along and let's do the tadka for the dal. Come on. अब दाल पकवान की दाल जो बनेगी भैया उसमें तड़का बढ़िया लगना चाहिए. It has to be really tasty. So you can start with either oil or you can have ghee or you could do a mix of oil and ghee. I generally prefer a mix of oil and ghee. So a large spoon of oil and a small spoon of ghee. As soon as the oil becomes hot, we're going to splutter some cumin seeds or zira. And as soon as that happens, I'm going to add a pinch of hing. The next step is to add chopped garlic straight into the pan, and then we're going to brown the garlic. Along with the garlic, I'm going to just add one dried red chili for the tadka. This is going to obviously be used for flavor and this will come out later. Post that, a nice heaped bowl of chopped onions. These are about 2 medium-sized onions. Once the onion starts to get cooked and become little light brown, that's the time I'm going to add chopped tomatoes. These are again about 2 chopped tomatoes. प्याज टमाटर दोनों भून रहे हैं. अब इसमें डलेगा थोड़ा सा धनिया पाउडर. A lot of people put mirchi powder at this time, but since we are at home and my kids are going to enjoy it, so I'm going to avoid the mirchi powder and just a pinch of garam masala powder. Now just putting some green coriander and then will come the boiled chana dal. Just go ahead and add the boiled chana dal. Just like you will boil the chana dal for making your dal dish, this is how the chana dal is boiled, with some salt and some haldi powder. That's it. So now let the dal simmer for about 5 to 7 minutes, and all we need to do is just reduce this water a little bit so that it becomes the consistency of the bean sauce. Yes, we're going to make nachos out of it. So instead of the bean sauce, we are using the chana dal because dal pakwan is this dal plus pakwan. So let's get on to making the pakwan now. So now the dal is done. Now I'm going to make the pico de gallo for the nachos. Well, pico de gallo or a chunky tomato salsa is an important requirement for making nachos. And since we are treating this as nachos, so it is important that we have a good pico de gallo. And for that, I'm going to add diced tomatoes. Try and get as ripe tomatoes as possible. Then instead of the onions, I'm giving it a little bit of a twist and I'm putting diced spring onions. Now this is going to give it a nice zingy fresh flavor. Some cilantro, lemon juice, and a bit of chili sauce. If sriracha is there, then nothing like it, but you could use any chili sauce, just a little bit, maybe in this much, a tablespoon. Now a bit of salt, and if you want you can add some roasted cumin powder, but that's totally optional. I'm going to add some cracked pepper here. Now just give it a nice stir, and we're going to leave this for about 15 minutes so that the onions and the tomatoes kind of leave some water, and that is going to help marinate these vegetables and become nice and flavorful. So lemon, the chili sauce and the juiciness of the tomatoes is all going to get mixed up. Pico de gallo is ready. You can also add chopped jalapenos in this if you require extra zing. Now once the pico de gallo is done, we need to make the sour cream, and that can be done in two ways. Either you can whip some cream and add lemon juice in it, or you can just take some cream out of a packet and whip it, and then we will add some yogurt in it. So for whipping the cream, it's very important that the cream is nice and chilled, and I want to take it to soft peaks, which means इसे जब तक whip करना है जब तक ये heavy ना हो जाए. So it's going to take about 5 to 7 minutes for whipping, and then it's going to become nice and thick. It's going to take me 5 to 7 minutes to whip this, and then you'll start seeing the soft peaks. Now the next step is to make our sour cream. Here the sour cream. So internationally you can buy sour cream out of a packet, but in India you generally don't get sour cream. What is sour cream? Sour cream is nothing but cream which is made into yogurt. So basically you make yogurt out of milk, but if you actually use the culture into cream, you get sour cream. But if you don't get that also, what you do is you take this cream and you whip it. So while whipping it, it will become a little thicker, but it won't become sour. So I'm going to add a dash of lemon juice and some yogurt into it. So this will become my lovely sour cream for the nachos. Come on, do it. So you can see that the cream has started to become a little thick. It has been almost 5 minutes. I've been whisking it. It's a bit of a time-taking procedure. Okay, now I'm going to add a spoonful of yogurt. If you want to add a little more sourness, then maybe go with 2. And I'm just going to whip it. Okay, so now the sour cream actually is ready. All I need to do is keep it in the freezer for about 10 to 15 minutes so that it becomes nice and firm. So when we put it, it doesn't melt away. This is how I make sour cream. There is another way is that you whip the cream fully and then you add a bit of lemon juice, or you make the sour cream the way it is made. So basically you make dahi out of cream. That's how sour cream is made. So the sour cream is now nice and thick, ready. I'm just going to add a little yogurt, a little salt, touch of salt, sour cream is ready. So nachos done, dal done, sour cream done, pico de gallo done. All now we need to do is to now start assembling the dal pakwan nachos. Let's do that. Now is the time to plate up the final dish. So we have a nice plate here, and I'm just going to layer up the nacho chips here, and on top of that will come the lovely dal that we had done. So just like you will plate up nachos, we're going to plate this up. Make sure that your dal is hot, because dal pakwan is best enjoyed hot. Topped up with some pico de gallo. Nice and tangy. Another layer of the chips. A little more of the chana dal. Well, I've avoided green chilies here or jalapeno. If you want, you can add jalapenos here. They really give a beautiful kick. And again, topping with some more pico. And now finally, I'm just going to top it up with some sour cream. And we're done. Just garnish it with some nice cilantro, and I'm ready to dig in. And as I said, finally, if you have some jalapenos, you can top it up with some jalapenos and some lovely cilantro. It'll give it a nice zing. Who would say that this nacho is any less than the nachos the Mexicans have? Well, I can say that the Sindhis have a better flavor profile. This is great. This is awesome. This is modern Indian. Simple dish, but now looking glorious. Dal pakwan nachos. Who can resist this amazing crispy nachos with nice tangy dal, pico de gallo यानी कि tomato salsa. Twist amazing है, taste amazing है. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed making over this amazing Sindhi dish called as dal pakwan into dal pakwan nachos. Now all you need to do is you can either order the DIY kit following the link here, because all the proceeds are going to go into the charity, and or you can just download the link and copy the recipe and try it whenever you want to do that at home. If you haven't cooked along, then I must tell you, you have missed something. So you have to make sure that you catch hold of this recipe, make it. It's a lovely easy snack filled with Indian flavors, but yet a makeover to an Indian dish. I hope you enjoyed this masterclass. Thank you so much. Stay safe, stay home. If you started to work, then please wear a mask, be safe. Thank you so much.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
and I'm trying to pin this. I don't know how to pin it, guys. Yeah, lovely to see you. Can you just pin this for me? Navjot Singh, Bristina, thank you for joining in. Anjali Kapoor, thank you guys. This format is quite new to us. We are going to be doing a lot of these, live events and live classes for the very, very, first time. And the saga goes on. So it's going to be Sapna Kulkarni, thank you for joining in. Kitchen Sarur, thank you for the love. All you guys have to do is go to World on a Plate and see these master classes, because it's going to be a beautiful ride, and all for the cause of hunger. While you and me are sitting at home and in our offices having a decent meal, there are India is 102 on the World Hunger Index. There are people even today, don't ever think that the hunger issue is sorted. We saw unprecedented videos during the migrant movement, but while the migrants have gone home, many have gone home, the urban poor are the ones who are suffering the most. It's your job to go and support them, and the whole industry is together for the cause. And I request each one of you all to contribute to the World Hunger Warriors. The keto link is right here. I'm just putting it here. And while the chefs are doing their bit by spending time with you, I want you guys to go and watch their master classes, have a great time cooking, and donate whatever you can, because at the end of the day, like I said, we are all sitting in our comfort of our homes, but there are people who are literally without a meal. And Ajay, we are waiting. Hello Ajay, how are you doing?
Hi Kiran, very good. How are you? So how did you like the master class? Did you enjoy the nachos?
That was amazing. Just loved what you did. That's what I've been talking to so many chefs for the very, very first time. I'm lucky to actually see your kitchen. First of all, your master classes, because typically during World on the Plate, I'm running around like a madman. I don't know, doing things, but amazing master classes. And so sorry that I have not seen one, but today's was amazing. And it was so cute that I think your daughter was helping you out. And this is what we want to do, make it real. Take people into your or your son. And I wish he's around to say hello. Oh,
yeah,
cute.
Come say hi.
Yeah, we want to see you, because this is real. We are not doing any edits, nothing. It is just for people to see your homes. And we're getting so many friends. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you for doing this even this year. Come, this is Akshat. That's Uncle Kiran. And Ashish is on his way. So the connection. Hi, connection lost. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just saying thank you so much for doing this, because in the previous years, like I said, okay, say hi to Ashish as well. That's Ashish.
Hi Ashish, how are you? How are you, Ashish? Thank you for doing what you're doing, helping your daddy. It's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, like the previous years, when Marco was coming or George and Gary came, there was such a big buzz, and you created that aura around this whole program, and it was amazing. But I think this year, we could have just sat in our homes and said, oh, it's not possible. But I think you made it possible, and you made it happen, contacting people from all around the world and still making it happen. I think, Kiran, that's who you are. So thank you so much for your ever shining zeal and always, like power horse mentality, just going for it. So thank you so much.
Because of people like you, the love you guys give me, I will keep doing it for the rest of my life.
Yeah. So and for everybody who has donated, and like Kiran was saying, that yes, it's a cause where maybe we are sitting in the comfort of our homes, we have a roof on our heads, we have food on our table, and we don't even realize possibly the problems that one could be going through. So via this masterclass, I mean, we are sharing some food to you. We would request you to share love in the form of charity to as much people as possible, and whatever amount you give, I think it's going to help to reach out to people. That's what the whole idea is.
Any amount is a big amount. So like I was at the truck in the morning. I put some pictures on Golden Plate stories, and it's amazing. We were feeding kids in the morning, and the joy of these kids, because they do not. I mean, that 1 or 2 meals make difference in their lives. The smile, the enthusiasm. It's something which money can't buy, and all you guys can do is go into the. So, Chef, I want to know more about you. We've of course known each other. We've honestly not had a meet together. Always been working or doing stuff. How did the journey start as a chef? And, we want to keep it quick, but I want to know, how did you start cooking? Where did this chef daddy come from? And how did you start cooking?
It's a long journey, but I'll try to make it as concise as possible. It started like every other chef. It started with my mom's kitchen, where I was there and helping out my mom in whatever chores I could. And slowly and steadily, I realized that I started to like it, but did not know that I could make a profession out of it. After 12th, I heard about a hotel management school, and then finally joined a hotel management school. But in a hotel management school, you have 4 dimensions to learn. So not necessary that everyone who goes there will become a chef. But I think for me, the very first month, we were in the kitchen, all the entire batch, and we were peeling chickens. Our third years had put us to peel chickens, 375 odd chickens, and we were 120 students. So ideally, the chickens would have been peeled in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and the job would have been done. But for half an hour, I was peeling chickens. I didn't even realize that I was like not surrounded by many people. And I looked around after half an hour. There were only 3 people standing. And all those 3 people are chefs today. So that was the proof of the pudding that, from the beginning, my interest was that, I wanted to become a chef. And that's how it all started. Then from there on, I started my career very humbly as a prep cook in TGI Fridays. That was in 1998. Then I moved to Cecil Shimla as a commie, worked there for about 2 years. Then I got through OCLD, and that's where the whole journey of becoming a chef started. So 2 years was rigorous, was challenging and very tough, but it made us, it made us chefs. That's what they say. You enter as cowboys, but you pass out as chefs. And after that, my first posting was as the banquet chef in the Oberoi, New Delhi. That's where Ranveer, myself, Ashish, Wasim, all of us we were the birds of the same feather flocking together.
Wow.
And from there on, I know. So from there on, I moved to the JW in Mumbai as the sous chef of Lotus Cafe. Then became the chef de cuisine at Saffron, which was the Indian restaurant. From there, I went to London. I was the executive head chef for 2 restaurants called Mint Leaf. So I opened the other Mint Leaf, whilst the one which was open, I was running that. And in 2009, we decided to come back. We were having our first baby, Ashish, and we wanted them to grow in India. So we came back to Goa. That's where I joined as the executive chef of Goa Marriott Resort. And from there, the Westin Mumbai Garden City. But in between the Goa Marriott and the Westin Mumbai was season 1 and season 2 of MasterChef. And I think that's where life started to change. The whole culinary aspects started to change, and everything started to change. So 2014 is when I decided to start working for my own self. So it's very interesting. I was very happy to see the DIY kit today, because my first venture was a DIY business. I opened something called as Infinity Box, which was a DIY kit system. So you could actually put everything together and send it out. It also had the gravies ready. So you could basically whip up, a MasterChef dish in just 15 minutes in your home. But I think we were too early in the game. It was 2015 when he started. we were too early in the game. People didn't respond to it so well. So I stepped out of it and then opened my consulting business, which now I run along with my wife. It's called as Zion Hospitality Private Limited. And we've done about 21 restaurants across the globe.
Wow.
We've done one in Minnesota, 2 in Abu Dhabi, 1 in Muscat, and the rest of them in India. So the last 3 years has been very, very challenging, tough, exciting, all of it. So yeah, and then
But these are unprecedented times, right? We never expected us to be in this spot ever, and we are here.
Absolutely.
And I have a question for you, because there are people asking questions on the website. What temperature to bake the pakwanas?
Okay, so if you're baking it, then you go for a 180-degree preheated oven and bake it for about 6 to 7 minutes. But if you're doing an OTG, you might have to do a changeover. So basically, you put it 3 to 4 minutes later, you pull it out, you turn the sides, and then you bake it again. Because the OTG has a top temperature, so it might not give you an even. The thinner it is, the better it will be.
So people who are logged on to the website, the stream from Instagram is going to the website as well. So I hope you got your answer, and keep writing to us. So Chef, before I leave you, let's say bye bye and see you soon, in Mumbai. But I'm going to ask you one question, and of course, this whole idea of World in a Plate is to inspire people. Even when we started it in the beginning, how do we inspire, people, the chefs, the budding chefs, the restaurateurs, because today is most unprecedented, and that's one question I've been asking everyone, and everybody's got an idea how to make things better, how to, get that, that inner voice or the inner strength and move on. What is that for you, which is working, and where do we go from here? And of course, thank you for being part of the World on a Plate, and you're spending your time with you and your family for us is amazing, and it's thank you for that. And I'd love you to say bye bye after this answer.
Sure. So I will start with you, Kiran. I'm a believer in Jesus, and the Bible says that give and it shall be given unto you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. So what you have done, it's not just about sometimes giving money. It's also about giving your time, because sometimes time's money, and a lot of times we can just be on our own self and say, no, this is my time, I want to do this. Like you said, I want to enjoy my family time. But it's about giving, whether it's your time, it's your money, it's your resources, it's about that. And when you do that, God says, I will give you back. How? Pressed down, shaken together, running over. So expect a blessing, Kiran, because as you're giving your time, your energy, your money, expect God to bless you abundantly. So that's number one. Number two is for the budding chefs. I've been having a lot of lives, and I've been saying this on again and again, that this is probably the best time you could ever get. In a college, you go into a routine, and you can never do your own personal investigation on things. We never had the resources of a Google when we were studying. So we could not Google 12 different types of salts, or 14 different types of bacons, or 13 different types varieties of tomatoes. But now is the time. So you pick up some topic and you start Googling it, you start making your knowledge more perfect. This is the time to get a new skill. This is the time to learn new things, because once you get into a hotel or a restaurant job, it will be daily motion. You will never get this time to think, to adapt, to start something new in your head. So this is the best time for all the people who are just come out of college and don't have a job. Don't worry. See, it's very simple, that if you don't get a job for the next 1 year also, most of you are blessed with parents who are still going to feed you. You're still going to get your bread every day. But imagine that if you failed or flunked a year, and you look back after you've been a successful person, and there are thousands of stories like that, who are successful people who flunked a year in your class 6 to class 7 to class 12 also. I mean, that year just proves to be a learning year. That's about it, right? So even this year shall pass.
I think the best examples have been the top 10 billionaires of the world mostly have been flunkies, and I don't think I think we should take inspiration from failure, because failure is the only way to learn how to succeed. And There's no better way.
Absolutely.
And I mean, if you look at just the pandemic itself, it is a failure of many, many things we've done wrongly as a human race. And we better
True.
learn from this to move forward,
True.
right, Chef?
But at the same point of time, there are two ways I can adapt myself to it. Either I can sulk about it that, oh my God, everything is stopped. I can't do anything. I don't have this. I don't have that. Or I look at a new day and say, okay, fine. Today I will do this, 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 and this. So when Abhijit called me first, I said, yeah, let's do it. So it was an opportunity. So I look out for opportunities where I can either help, give, or do something new every single day. That is what I would I ask everyone. I'm too small to inspire, but I can just say that this is what people should look at. That what extra they can do, what new they can do. So
one person, that's enough. That's how we can save this world. So Chef,
Absolutely.
thank you. Such a brilliant smile, and it's such a pleasure talking to you. And so for those who are just logged on, World in a Plate is live. WOAP.in. Watch the master classes. You have chefs like Ajay, pouring their heart out from their own kitchens. Yes, we saw a kitchen from Australia, and we're going to see everybody's kitchen. That's what excites me today. And all we need to do is go and contribute, because this is for a cause. All of us are spending time, energy, and serving for you guys, and also bringing back cheer in your life, so you can go cook with your friends and eat along and have a great. So thank you, Chef. Thank you all for logging in, and we will go on to the next masterclass and see you on the other side.
Thank you for the kind word, and for everyone else, do order the DIY kits. It will make your life simple to turn this dish around very quickly. The guys have worked very
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Welcome back. We're back on this beautiful Saturday overcast afternoon in Bengaluru. We're making our way around the city. Today we're at Shiro's. The management of Shiro have been really, really nice to us, and we've loved many experiences, eating some of delicious Asian food and partying at this place on Sunday afternoons. And here we are today. So, for people who are just logging in, WOAP goes live. I hope you guys have been following us. I hope you guys have been cooking with us, with all your family members, eating and enjoying a great weekend. While we are at the most unprecedented times, we thought we'll bring back some cheer in your lives, and that's why we started this. The chefs are in it together for the restaurants, for the people, and we have a very special person sitting right here. Of course, just before I introduce him, Ajay's live was amazing. His dal pakwan nachos was lovely. Amazing to see twists like these. Expected, something like that out of him. So this was the second DIY kit. We have DIYs for many other chefs like Ranveer Brar, Saranj Gola this weekend, Vicky Ratnani, Colibri Jimenez from Mexico. So you guys have to go get your DIY kits. It's available on Swiggy Genie. Don't miss it because we've made your life super easy. So coming back to this wonderful man, Chef Abhijit Saha, he gave us a beautiful masterclass yesterday, and we just bumped into him. We thought, I'm fed up of talking to myself, so I thought, I'm going to get in more people to, join the cause. And thank you, Chef, for doing such a beautiful masterclass. And I was quite surprised that I'm sure I've done a great introduction about him. I told you he's one of the legends of culinary in India. Happy to do a lot of work with him. Spending a lot of time makes us happy. How come you made a dessert this time? Because with all your many skills, why the dessert?
First of all, thank you, Kiran. Thank you for your, indomitable spirit of, making this world on a plate happen. Make it live under these difficult circumstances. Moreover, I think that the cause behind having this for charity is really wonderful, and you've chosen so many relevant areas for charity that we are really happy and proud to be a part of this event. It's always a pleasure to be a part of World on a Plate. I think it's one of the most exciting food and beverage event in the calendar, and we always enjoy being a part of World on a Plate. Now, to answer your question, is that
Gulab Jamun cheesecake. Wow.
Yeah. See, for me, my idea of doing a masterclass is not to do something very complicated. We sometimes do very complicated things in the restaurant. But when we connect with our guests, we would like to create dishes and do some dishes which the customers or the guests or the people who are watching us can also make them at home easily. So we try to do it with ingredients and methods which are easy to, perform at your home. At this point in time, it is also difficult to go out. So, baked gulab jamun cheesecake is a dish which I created in 2012 as a part of Gourmet Abu Dhabi. So I was invited by Gourmet Abu Dhabi, and we had to showcase India in a new light.
Beautiful.
So we created a range of 24 dishes. One of them was baked gulab jamun cheesecake. It was showcased for 2 weeks in Abu Dhabi, and it was a great success. Then when I had my opportunity to open Saha in Singapore in 2014, we introduced this as one of our signature desserts. And even today in Singapore, it is known as one of the most popular desserts.
I'm excited.
Today. Yeah. So I think that it is a very important thing for chefs to share their favorite recipes with your customers, because the joy of sharing is the biggest gift that the chef can give to his customers.
Absolutely.
So that's the reason why I have chosen this dessert.
Thank
baked
you.
gulab jamun
It was amazing, and unfortunately we are working all the time, and
Right.
I'm going to come home and make sure that you make this for me, because your skills and of course and the good part is everybody can make it, and that's what you pulled off. And
Yes.
thank you so much for just being a part of this initiative, and it's always been a pleasure to just spend time with you with all your amazing experience. There's been a lot of rub off, I think, from day one, from 2011. You worked together at this specific location. So just spanning into the next chef who's cooking a beautiful pumpkin pie. What do you think of a pumpkin pie? Because I was just asking you, Dane Fernandez, one of my really close friends. He's the executive sous chef at the St. Regis, and he's an amazing talent. Very, very exciting young guy. We also worked with him at the Colibri Jimenez event. And what do you think of the pumpkin pie? When I asked you about it, you had something to say.
See, I think that pumpkin is an amazing vegetable. In India, we look at it in a very, very different kind of a light and different kind of a manner. Because the way we prepare the pumpkin dishes sometimes can be a little boring.
Correct.
So whereas pumpkin pie is one of the most popular and most beautiful dishes to be had during the Christmas and Thanksgiving in the United States.
Wow.
So a dinner or a meal is incomplete without the pumpkin pie. And it is truly delicious, very creamy, and if you add some cinnamon and some spice to it, it makes it even better. The mix of the sweetness from the pumpkin and the spice and the spices. So what happens is that when you roast a pumpkin, it gets a different flavor versus trying to make it into a curry. So that is when the things change. That is when the pumpkin shows its true color in the real sense of the word.
So Dane, Abhijit Saha has given you some exciting tips. I'm looking forward to see your dish, and thank you again for being in the small little show of mine. And we are very privileged to have you. World on a Plate goes live 5th to the 9th. One more day left. Make sure that you cook your hearts away. Spend time with your family. I'm sure you've been spending a lot of time with your family, but you can do something special cooking for them this time. The DIY kits are available. Go and contribute for the World Hunger Warriors. See you soon after this break. Thank you, and enjoy Dane's next dish.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dane Fernandez, and I'm the executive chef at the St. Regis, Mumbai. We're at the St. Regis, Mumbai, Mumbai's most coveted hotel, and I'm going to demonstrate today something that's been really close to me, something that I've kind of grown up eating. A little bit of twist in my version of it, but we're going to be making a pumpkin pie. So now a pumpkin pie takes you back to Thanksgiving. You have these ancient recipes of Thanksgiving, but for me, I think pumpkin pie is something that I would love to make every Sunday. It's a weekend thingy for me. So what I'm going to kind of do today is I'm going to make a little bit of a mix of a pumpkin pie. I'm going to make a pumpkin pie not with the classic crust. I'm going to make a pumpkin pie with a graham cracker crust. Okay? So I'm just going to take you to the ingredients here. We've got whole wheat flour, we've got all-purpose flour, we've got brown sugar, egg, whole milk, honey, we've got some neutral oil. You can probably use canola oil or olive oil if you love the flavor. We've got some baking powder, cinnamon powder, and some sea salt. So let's kind of start off by adding the whole wheat flour. Now the best thing about this pumpkin pie is, the dominance of spice in it. Now, I love to kind of have variants of flavors, when it comes to spices in my desserts. So that's the reason a lot of cinnamon powder, a hint of clove. I love that kind of spice, when it comes to my desserts. That's your all-purpose flour. I'm gonna throw in my brown sugar. You wanna go ahead and powder your brown sugar, you can, but I just love the kind of feel that, the little crunch when you get in your graham cracker along with the brown sugar. That's your baking powder. We've got some sea salt and cinnamon powder. I'm just gonna give this a nice whisk. Get this all incorporated together. Ensure that it's a wholesome and filling. Now that I've incorporated all of this in a separate bowl, I'm gonna add in all the wet ingredients. We're gonna whisk them up and then we're gonna combine them together. So what I've got is here, I've got a whole egg, one whole egg that goes into this bowl. Honey, if you have a certain type of honey you want to use a nice more citrusy honey with no stung bees. You want to use a floral honey, you can go ahead with it. This is just regular organic honey from the Sundarban forest. This is whole milk. And I've got some neutral flavored oil. So what I'm using here is a canola oil. You can use a grapeseed oil or olive oil. I'm just gonna give this a little whisk. Ensure this nice and homogeneous. I want this to become into a homogeneous mixture so that I can just gonna kind of throw this into the flour mixture. Ensure that I get every bit of it in. And I just want to start off with the spatula to let in all the liquid before I kind of get down and dirty with my hands. I just want to combine this. I'm going to get my hands in there. Now I don't want to over knead this dough. I want it to have that flaky, that short crusty kind of a feeling to it. Okay, if you really want, you can even replace your oil with some butter. I want all the loose ends to kind of form into a dough and give me a nice cohesive dough. At the same time, I do not want to over knead this. I don't want the gluten content in the flour to activate. I just want it to kind of come together and give me a nice dough. So the best trick to kind of know this is you will not have anything left in your bowl. it'll be a nice clean dough altogether. So as you can see, most of the flour bits is wiped off, and what I have here is a beautiful graham cracker dough, and that's how it should look. Now what I want to do is I want to let the gluten content in this to have a little bit of a rest. Okay, what this also does is it helps when you kind of bake this pastry to get a great great texture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Graham a little sleepy for about 30 minutes before we kind of line it out to bake. So we're back. Mr. Grammy has kind of taken a rest for about 30 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to dust my work surface, a little bit of flour. I'm going to take this out. Now I want to roll this to about 1/4 of an inch thick. So I've rolled this to almost 1/4 of an inch thick. I've got my pie mold, which is about 9-inch pie mold. I'm going to show you a trick to kind of always get this better. I'm just going to take this end, fold it over, fold it again into half. You get something which is like a triangle. You just pick this up, put it in the center, and you unfold and you unfold. What you get here is something that you want to ensure that you kind of fill in all your loose ends. You don't want any air gaps into these. Kind of press it down, ensure that you're getting all the sides in. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna roll my roller over pie mold to get all this excess out. Pretty darn easy. You get like a perfect pie mold. Now ideally people kind of bake this immediately, but I like to rest this for about 10 minutes in refrigerated condition for about 10 minutes. What this also does is it helps you when you kind of do your baking in the shrinkage. Your tart does not quite shrink as much as it does if you directly bake it at this point of time. So I'm going to rest this for about 10 minutes before we blind bake this. So I've rested this for about 10 minutes in a refrigerator, and you can see that it's taking the shape perfectly. Now what I want to do now is, before I blind bake this, I want to dock it with a fork. Now what this also does is it helps this not to rise, because you want to add a filling into this. You don't want the pastry to kind of fluff up during your baking, because that is not good. Okay, so you want to dock this evenly on all the sides at the bottom. This was also one of my most favorite parts as a kid, docking the pastry. And that was the only thing that I was probably allowed to do at that time. So yeah. So what I'm gonna do is now, I'm gonna kind of take a grease-proof paper. And I've got some raw chickpeas. You know, you can use rice. Some people use lentils. Now I'm just gonna spread this out evenly. Any weights, if you have some ceramic, you know, bake weights, you can make do with that. I just am using some chickpeas. You can reuse the chickpeas back again for another bake itself. And I'm gonna bake this pie for about 10 to 12 minutes. I don't want to cook this all the way through, but I want to ensure that it's a little pliable because I want to add my custard mixture into it. So we put our pie to blind bake, and in the meantime, we're going to make our pumpkin custard. So what I've got here is some beautiful sugar pumpkin, roasted, pureed, and you know, kind of strained up. So I'm going to add my pumpkin puree to the bowl. This is the part that I really love the most. You know, when I used to be eating this dish all through Thanksgiving, we would have mom make this, and you know, I would probably finish off this mixture much before it gets into the pie itself. Now you have caramelized sweetened milk. That's your condensed milk that goes into it. Now for all you guys who saying that, you know, during the lockdown, how do we go out? How do we kind of, you know, source caramelized milk? I've left down a recipe for it as well. So you can kind of make caramelized milk from scratch at home. I just want to get all of this out. I want to whisk both of these together. Look at that beautiful color of the pumpkin. Now pumpkin pie is actually, you know, kind of related to Thanksgiving because it's during Thanksgiving actually that you get the best pumpkin pies. I mean the best, there's the best flavor in them. You know, it's the season of the pumpkins as well. So you get the best pumpkin pies. Now that I have mixed this all up together, I'm going to be adding 2 whole eggs and 1 egg yolk to this mixture. I love the flavor of spices, as I said again. So I'm just going to add a little bit of ginger. I've just kind of grated this ginger. If you want, you can, you know, even add the juice, but I love to feel that ginger. There's some clove powder. That is cinnamon powder again. Absolutely love the earthiness of the cinnamon powder. Nutmeg. Some sea salt to kind of cut all the, you know, sweetness that you get from the condensed milk and the pumpkin. And of course, some vanilla extract. All this goes in. I'm just gonna mix this all together. Now we want a really nice homogeneous mixture. So we want a really nice homogeneous mixture. Now what people also do is, you know, they strain this mixture after it's mixed. I really don't like that. I prefer, you know, the taste of the spices, and I love to, you know, feel a little bit more of the ginger, etc. As you can see, we've got a beautiful mixture. I'm really tempted to put my finger into it, but I'm gonna try and stop myself. So yeah, you know, when it's done, when you can see, you know, a total 8 forming into the mixture, you know that it, you know, it's kind of done. Yeah. So we've got our blind bake tart ready here. We've got our beautiful pumpkin custard here. we're gonna start assembling this. So I'm just gonna get these dead weights off the way. That's my blind bake tart, if you can see. And I'm gonna get my mixture into this. I don't want to fill it all the way through, but I don't want to kind of keep it empty as well, because this is also gonna rise when you're baking it. Listen, I want to give it a nice bang. What this also does is it ensures that there aren't any air gaps in your pie, or once you cut through, you get a clean cut. Now what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna bake this pie at about 150-160 degrees Celsius for about 20 to 25 minutes. Now ideally this differs from oven to oven, but what I would say is, you need to find a little bit of jiggle in the center. You don't want to cook it all the way through, because you're going to get an overcooked pie. You want it to remain a little jiggly so that you get that nice creamy pie. So I'm going to bake this for about 20 to 25 minutes before we cut this in. So I've baked my pumpkin pie. I've also kept it in one of the most wonderful equipments, that's the blast freezer. I've kept it for about 7 to 10 minutes in a blast freezer, and as you can see, it's a beautiful texture. I'm just gonna kind of take this off, slide it onto my work surface. It's a beautiful, beautiful crust, and I'm gonna kind of cut this now. I want to take the exact center of it. Get a nice wedge of this. You ideally want your knife to be a little warm before you. That's a beautiful wedge that I'm looking for. You can see the texture. What I want to do is, I've got some beautiful whipped cream out here. I want a nice rosette of it. Some beautiful grated nutmeg all over it. And I would want to throw some caramelized hazelnuts all over it. And that's it. It's very simple. Right from scratch. So here it is, the beautiful pumpkin pie. Very simple to make and has a lot of memories with me. I really enjoy making this pumpkin pie. I really enjoyed today's session with you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm gonna go and get a grab of this and dunk into it. And until next time, ciao.
एक कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Called him executive sous chef, and I'm so sorry, Dane. You've become an executive chef. Proud of you. One of the most talented chefs I've worked with. So happy to have worked with him during the Mexican store, and amazing with his hands. He's one of the most upcoming chefs. So this is what World in a Plate is all about, bringing those talented chefs who are not really so absolutely, with million followers to your homes, because these are the chefs who are actually pushing the envelope. And apart from all those big celebrities, we want to bring amazing talents like Dane, and just waiting for Dane to join us. Dane, my friend, where are you? We're looking for you. Are you around? I can't see you. Anyway, for those who are just logging on, World in a Plate goes live for the very first time. 28 chefs have got together to do this, do this for charity, and it's the charity of hunger. As all of you all know, India's 102 on the hunger index, behind Pakistan and Nepal, and nothing to be proud of, because we are the most undernourished, country. How are you doing? Are you there? The internet has been acting up on us. Thank you, Shaila. Hey, my friend. How are you,
Kiran.
my friend?
Excellent.
Such a pleasure to have you. You're a good-looking man.
Thank you.
Huh? How are you doing?
Never been better. Getting used to the new normal.
Lovely. So that's a lovely recipe. You'll have to be a little loud. Nobody can hear you. So Dane, amazing masterclass. People love watching it. Can you change your background, because we can't see you? You're very, very. Maybe you can come closer or turn around your background.
Is that fine?
Still, because the good looks is not coming through. Unfortunately, it's not happening. Yeah. We have a lot of fans. Yeah, we can see you now. Absolutely. I have a lot of fans who've been asking questions, so they want to see you. Who's this young chef? How are you, chef? How's life been with you?
Life has been great. We're getting used to the new normal. I think that's something that all restaurateurs, hoteliers, everybody from the hospitality industry is kind of going through at this point of time, because things are not normal, but it's that's the way it is. The hospitality industry is always demanding in some or the other way. This is like a challenge for all of us, and yeah, we're getting used to the new normal now.
My love to St. Regis because one of the iconic locations. Love to Sunila, Kini, the whole team. I miss coming there. You know, we've had some really strong, amazing memories out there, especially for World on a Plate.
Yeah.
Marco Pierre White, the first time in India was at the St. Regis, and really miss traveling to Mumbai. I'm gonna come for sure once this whole thing subsides. So, what inspired you, Dane, to become a chef? How old are you? Sorry, because a lot of women fans are asking, how old are you, man?
So I've just turned 32, and
Oh,
yeah. So I
okay,
come.
okay.
I actually come from a very small village in Goa, and I doubt many of them will even know about this village. It's called
Can you
Sharao.
talk a little loudly? Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Sharao, and like Goa actually has about 7 to 8 islands, and Sharao is one of the biggest islands that Goa has, and it's actually it's quite rural. I mean, if even if you go today out there, the life is still quite Stone Age. You have public transport that shuts at about 7:30. So for me to kind of get into this industry was a little difficult because I came from a very small town, and
Hi,
my
Paul. Thank you for joining us.
my
You're super. Your boss has joined us. So
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go on, go
my
on.
upbringing was actually very great because I spent a lot of time in farms. I spent a lot of time with animals. So that's how I respect nature. I come from a
So
I come
basically, I think you guys were used to the new normal before the new normal,
yeah,
isn't it?
actually.
Because everybody who I'm talking to in the villages, in these like smaller towns, they're used to the new normal. This is not nothing new to them. Like we are the guys who've been running every second day on a flight, every other day, in a party, doing stuff. We have to reflect and say what we've done wrong, and you guys were already doing. So coming back to your dish, such a yummy dish, what inspired you to do the pumpkin pie, the humble pumpkin pie, which is, of course, thank you for that because we are all about feeding the hunger. We're all about uh, simple, ingredients available to you to glorify them. And I'm very impressed the way you pulled that off. Why did you pull this off?
So, pumpkin pie dates to, I think, my childhood where my grandmom used to kind of make, this pumpkin pie for all of us. And moreover, in Goa, it's really a great, Goa has a great soil, so you can grow a lot of these organic vegetables there. So pumpkin was one of the vegetables that used to actually grow in my backyard. So we used to all,
Amazing. So I'm,
so,
so I'm
yeah.
going to ask you questions because there are lots of questions. WOAP.in is live and there's a chat bot there. Lots of people are actually asking questions. I'm going to ask you. The first one is what is the alternative to pumpkin? People who are watching, of course, please hear this answer.
You can do a lemon pie with the same recipe.
Lemon pie. Okay.
Lemon pie.
Answer number one, lemon pie. Okay. Same recipe. Where can you find caramelized condensed milk?
You don't
Where
need
can
to
we
find
find?
you don't need to find caramelized condensed milk. You can just make it at home. It's very simple. You just have to take whole milk, sugar, and reduce it down to that consistency where it comes about 65% reduced. So it's caramelized milk.
Okay. I hope you guys have got that answer. The last one is cream being added to condensed milk?
No, it's just milk that has been reduced with sugar. I mean, till it gets that toffee kind of color. That's all.
Okay, lovely. There's one more question which I see on the Instagram chat. Someone saying, do we have to cover the dough while it's resting?
Uh, Preferably, yes, because you don't want a skin to form on top of it. You can probably just, wrap it or you can cover it with a damp cloth. What that also does is it kind of saves it from getting a skin onto it. So, yes.
Oh, lovely. So, this whole initiative, when we thought of doing, I mean, I was quite amazed. I mean, we actually took some time to think what we're going to do with World on a Plate, such a massive ground festival. And how are we going to bring this back to life? But when we decided to do it, we thought, firstly, number one, lots of Indian chefs are pushing the envelope. Lots of people are actually moving these beautiful recipes around the world, and that's why we've opened it out to the world. I just want to know, of course, every chef who comes on this online, I've been asking, especially since you're those 30s, the young 30s, chefs are looking at, maybe making a really big mark in the industry. How are you taking the pandemic, and what do you think is the future? Because I want to go back inspiring people at the end of the day. I know we're going to fight this strong together, and at the same time, feed a lot of people who don't have that one extra meal. But I also want to know, for people who are watching, especially the industry, how are we going to come out of this? How are we going to get out of this situation? And what is that inspirational point from you?
So for me, I think hygiene is the new amenity. So, usually when people look at coming to a restaurant or coming to a hotel, they look at freebies, they look at, things that can come onto a plate. Now, I think moreover, they are looking at hygiene. So that's the biggest aspect of today's world, today's day and age. I think the next 6 to 8 months is going to be just hygiene being the new amenity. So if you can provide that, I think you're going to be a winner in the market some or the other way, whether it's your deliveries, whether it's, your food that you're doing. In some way, hygiene is the new amenity.
And I also know that St. Regis has gone online and on live, and I believe you guys are doing deliveries. Such a iconic hotel with, I mean, some of the best restaurants going. How are you guys maintaining that? How are you? What made you come out with this brilliant idea of having luxury dining at home through
So we
delivery?
we kind of work towards this aspect because again, like South Mumbai, as you said, these people who are at home, they always look for new inspirations. There are some South Mumbai people that actually still party. They want food that comes in a very hygienic manner. They also want food that speaks volumes about the St. Regis. People actually miss the St. Regis. So we tried to
Yeah,
provide
tell me about it.
yeah, we try to provide them the St. Regis experience at home, and we take pride in whatever we do. The food that comes out of our kitchens is, and we try to keep it as much as possible the way we kind of serve it in our restaurants.
Somebody is asking another question. What can we use instead of eggs?
Uh, you can actually use yogurt, but
Okay.
again, I won't like.
You can't replace it.
Yeah.
So chef, World on a Plate goes live for the very first time. What do you think of the whole experience of taking your culinary talent to the world? Because people are logging around these beautiful question of the idea of taking World on a Plate online. You've been part of World on a Plates, and the idea was to open it out to the world so people from around the world can watch what Indian chefs are actually doing, and of course the whole idea of charity. And your two bits before we leave, and let you go and
So I
do
think
your
I think
busy
I think what
busy
World
schedule.
on a Plate is doing is fantastic. You know, it's always great giving back to our community, giving back to our people. But at the same time, you're also giving this emphasis to the Indian chefs, which I think Asia Pacific in a whole has the most enormous talent probably in the world, and getting that to people along with giving back to the community is something that I really applaud, and thank you Kiran and the team to kind of bringing us to this portal, getting us this recognition. Like you said before as well, people follow a lot of celeb chefs and everything, but getting talent to speak volumes on this portal really means a lot. So thank you.
Yeah. So our core focus has always been talent, and I'm so happy that you were one of our key, members, the chefs who did a beautiful masterclass. There's so many people who are sending love and messages to you. They're inspired by you. Keep doing your good work, and please promote the world on a plate, because the next 2 days, again, apart from you, there's some brilliant talents, around, and of course, your Chef Kinney is doing a masterclass tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you again. All the love from us to you, and for people who just logged on, WOAP goes live. You just have to go onto the website. This Instagram feed is also going onto the website. You have a chat bot on the website. You can ask questions. You can interact with chefs, and many more. So we've got a superb lineup coming up post Dane as well. It's power packed. The weekend is power packed. Go with your friends. Go home, cook. Share some love, and also at the same time, make sure that you go and donate, because while we're all happily sitting at home, there are people who don't even have a meal. India is 100 on World Hunger Index, so it's really bad out there. Thank you for joining me, Jane, and we see you soon when I'm in Mumbai.
Absolutely.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Amazing to be back again. These are times which are such unprecedented times we are in, and I'm still at the Shiro. They really took care of my lunch at the moment. I had some really nice Thai green curry. It's my absolute favorite. Dane Fernandez, I really had this lunch because I was feeling hungry looking at your pumpkin pie. It reminded me of Christmas, like Abhijit Saha was saying, that sweet taste of pumpkin, that the aroma when it's done right. I've had the opportunity to have some amazing pumpkin pies, but this really looked amazing, and I'm going to surely catch you when I'm in Mumbai to feed me on this. That was lovely. Let's quickly move on to what we've been talking about. One of my most exciting topics, of course, before we forget, Abhijit Saha, such a great gentleman. Thank you for being with us here. We just grabbed you and had a conversation. It was amazing. My favorite topic, of 2019 was how I was crazy about this man who I'm going to start. Of course, I started talking about, and I'm going to continue from here. One quote which left with me, and it will remain for the rest of my life, is this, which I'm going to read out. Marco Pierre White said this: "Success is born out of arrogance, but greatness comes out of humility." This kind of a quote can come out of a man like him. I'll read this again for you guys. Success is born out of arrogance, but greatness comes out of humility. This is such a beautiful quote which I've kept for myself, and honestly, the chefs who've taken time out to do these master classes, it's a long process. Ingredients, the right recipe, like chef was saying, we want to teach you what you can cook at home. All these chefs, I thank them from the bottom of my heart because they have done a great job till now. I see so many people contributing. It's such a beautiful experience to see all of this come to life. And I'm emotional about what you guys are doing, and please go spread the word, keep contributing. It's going to be a great, sweet Saturday, starting from now, because absolute amazing Ruhi Bhimani, who's going to take over the masterclass. She's a well-known pastry chef. Lots of people have told us great things about her. This is the first time we're working with her, but I'm really excited of what she's making. For some reason or the other, we've not been able to work, but this time this was a chance. This is an eggless option, and I know that there's so many fans who look for an eggless option. With the world going vegan, with the world going eggless, this is going to be a really fun recipe. The brown butter caramel cake is what I'm looking forward from her, and I'm going to come back and catch up with you just after this break. Till then, you guys go ahead and get a beautiful, make sure that you bake a beautiful cake, put your pictures up, hashtag WOAP goes live, and we will go and pick up one winner, whether you put it up on Instagram, whether you put it up on Facebook or on Twitter, and give them a Philips air fryer. 5 Philips air fryers to be won. There are lots of contests happening. You must have seen there are 2 more days to go, like today and tomorrow. This is your time to go and showcase to the world that you can cook, you can bake. So I'm looking forward to see all your beautiful recipes come out well, and of course, today still at Shiro. Shiro is also going to be one of the restaurants which are showcasing their dishes on World on a Plate, exclusively available on Swiggy. We have 35 top restaurants who've handpicked their dishes for you, especially for this the World on a Plate goes live. Go and order it. People who are not cooking, make sure you order, because you're going to have a great experience with these signature dishes. We want to sign off. We're going to go move on to the next venue, but right now, thank you, Shiro, for having us here. And for the next masterclass, we'll be in another venue. Till then, see you there.
Hello everyone, I'm Chef Ruhi Bhimani. We'll wait for a few people to join in. Until we are waiting, let me tell you a little about me. I'm a pastry chef by profession and I expertise in egg-free bakes and desserts. Owner of Palace, Mumbai. Guys, I can't tell you how excited I am to be a part of World on a Plate goes online. Guys, I've been following World Hunger Warriors ever since Corona has struck, and they've been doing some phenomenal job. They've been on ground, they've been feeding migrant laborers, and they've fed almost over 500,000 people on ground. and they have set up their very first soup kitchen on wheels. And they are all out there to go ahead and feed more and more people, and this won't be possible without your support. So I urge you to go ahead and make generous donations, and here I am doing my bit by spending time with you and helping you learn something new and absolutely delicious. Guys, this is one of my signature recipes. It's called the brown butter caramel cake. It is the most yummiest, gooeyest, and the most easiest cake to make. So guys, let's get started. Guys, I hope you all have downloaded your recipe from www.woap.in, and let me go through the recipe with you. So as you can see, the recipe is divided into 3 parts. We have the caramel cake, then we have the crumble, and last we have the glaze. Alright, so let's first start with the caramel cake. Right. So for that, we need 110 grams of butter. What I have done is I've used salted butter, and I prefer salted butter because I just feel it gives a beautiful taste. Next, I have 145 grams of castor sugar. I prefer castor sugar. You can still take green sugar if you wish to, but I feel castor sugar works the best. Next, I have taken 85 grams of cooking cream. This is regular cooking cream, and what I like to do is I like to weigh even the liquid measurements in grams. So this is 85 grams of cooking cream. Next, here I have 145 grams of your regular flour, and so this is your regular maida that is easily available. Next, I have 90 grams of milk. So this is your regular milk. I would like it to be at room temperature. Lastly, I have 1 teaspoon of baking powder. Guys, I have taken Bluebird baking powder. If you are taking any other baking powder which is double action, then instead of taking 1 teaspoon, you will take half a teaspoon. Alright, but in my recipe I have used the regular baking powder, which is Bluebird, so this is 1 teaspoon. And what I've done is I've added pinch salt right here in the recipe. Alright guys, so let's get started. This is really exciting. I hope you have your ingredients right there with you all, and I'll take you all step by step for the recipe. Now first what we're going to do is we're going to make the brown butter, and we'll keep it aside. So once it cools, we get a lovely brown butter to work with. Next, we will be making the caramel, and then we will be adding everything all together. Alright, so let's get started. For that, you'll need a hot plate and a saucepan. So guys, come on, get everything out and let's get working, let's get baking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my brown butter, but just before I start with my brown butter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to preheat my oven at 160 degrees Celsius for 5 to 10 minutes. So what I like to do is, before I start baking, I like to preheat the oven, so while I'm done with assembling all the ingredients, my oven is already preheated. Okay, so let's get started. 160 degrees Celsius for 5 to 10 minutes. Amazing idea to bake along. I know this looks like quite a bit, 3 different elements that we're going to make and assemble everything together. But guys, it's absolutely doable and we will make it happen today, right? So you need a saucepan, switch on your hot plate and go on medium heat. And let's put in all the butter inside. Okay, this will take around 3 to 4 minutes. So let's get going. I prefer to take butter at room temperature so it works faster. I personally like to work with salted butter because I think it just gives you better flavor, and since we're doing caramel, salted butter will always add more flavor and texture to your cake. Okay. Now you can also work on your gas stoves back home, right? It's absolutely fine. You can work on medium heat, and what you need to do is just keep stirring this, okay? don't forget, you have to keep stirring this. You know, the best thing about baking is you need to enjoy the process, you know, and the minute you enjoy the process, it's seen in your work, it's seen in your face, and the person who is having the end product is also very happy, right? So that's the magic of baking. I started baking not until my hotel management, you know, so we had like 3 years of degree course, and I learned a lot during that time. And post that, you know, it was all about experimenting different recipes to come up with more egg-free recipes. Right. Okay, so guys, now it's going to start bubbling, okay? And you can see the fumes right here. Let me show you if I can. Right, it's bubbling. So we're going to keep cooking this until you get like a brown color, like you know you can find the fumes, they emit nutty aroma, right? It's already smelling so good. Take your time, don't hasten the process, okay? Go easy, just enjoy the process. You know, it's amazing to see that so many of you all have joined in, and I'm really happy that I'm able to do my bit, you know, by sharing my time and knowledge with you all and doing this amazing recipe. And this recipe is specially curated for Hold on a Plate. So guys, go ahead and give it a try. You see, now it's become brown, okay? I can show you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pour it in a transparent bowl so I can show it to you. It's easier for you to see that way. Just ensure that you don't go over brown, like, you know, just keep a check. Ensure that you're using a saucepan which is transparent and which is not dark colored, because it will be very difficult for you to understand the color otherwise. Yeah. What I ideally like to do is, after making the brown butter, I like to keep it aside so that all the solids, they settle down, and I just have the butter, you know, and I just strain the butter. So let's do that. After I've cooked this, let me just keep it aside, right? And you see, it's nice and brown, if you can see. Yeah. Let me rather put it in transparent bowl. I think it will be easier for you all to understand. Right. So let's have a look. So what I've done is all the solids are here, right here in the pan, and I have the brown butter right here. Alright guys, so this is ready. I hope you all can see the color. Yeah, this looks amazing, and the aroma is too good. Alright guys, so this was about the first part. The second part is making the caramel. Alright, so we have 145 grams of custard sugar, and we need cream. So that is 85 grams of fresh cooking cream. What I'm going to do is, before I start, I'm going to microwave this for 30 seconds, okay? So let's go first, let's microwave this for 30 seconds, and then we'll start with the caramel, okay? Why do we microwave our cream? Is because when we make caramel, the temperature of the caramel is going to be very hot, right? And if you put cold cream in it, then you will have clots in it, okay? So to have a smooth caramel, what I'm going to do is I'm going to warm my cream as well, okay? So let's get started with the caramel, guys. I hope it's 30 seconds already. I hope you all have your caster sugar with you, right? And we're going to put caster sugar in 3 to 4 parts. Again, on medium heat, you will need a spatula, right? Okay, and you put little caster sugar, little at a time. Okay. Now the best thing about making this caramel is you can actually put your spatula right inside. Okay, it's already 30 seconds and it's right here. It's hot. You know what, I can actually go on for another 20 seconds as well. So if you can please help me with this, another 20 seconds, thank you. Alright. Meanwhile, what I can see is I can see caramelization of the sugar. So what happens is the sugar first gives out water and then it starts changing the color. Again, be very careful, take a saucepan, when you can see the color, because you really don't want to burn this. Okay? You want a nice dark caramel, but you don't really want to burn caramel. So cream has gone in for 50 seconds, was 30 seconds and now 20 seconds. Thank you so much. Guys, if I can show you, it's bubbling, you can see the fumes, it's very hot and that's what we want, okay? Ensure that you're mixing the caster sugar, guys. Come on, I hope all of you all are with me doing this, along with me. Okay. Now what you can do is you can play with the temperature. If you see it's completely white, you can keep adding more sugar, increase the temperature, and if you feel it's going to burn too much, you can just reduce that temperature. Alright? So I'm going to put sugar again. Now, ideally your question should be, when do you know when to put the sugar next again? Okay? So what I like to do is, once the sugar, the first batch melted completely, alright, that's when I will add the second batch. Okay? So guys, if you all have any queries while I'm doing this, what I urge you to do is, after this session, you can go ahead on WOAP page, the Instagram handle, and that's when I will be answering all your queries. So feel free to join me there. Okay. See, this has become completely liquid. Okay. This is completely liquid. Right? That's when I'm going to add the next batch. Okay. So you can do it in 3 to 4 batches, 5 to 6 batches, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay. With caramel, you have to be very careful because this can give you some serious burns. Yeah, so be very careful when you're working with caramel, guys. Very important. Keep mixing, okay? You don't want any lumps. Keep scraping the sides of the pan, guys. Very important. Mixing. See, what happens is every time you add fresh sugar, it just sort of controls the temperature of the caramel. Alright, so you don't tend to overburn it. Okay. Now goes in the last batch. I hope you all are with me, guys. Come on. Okay. Let's keep doing this. Alright, so I've got a beautiful caramel color, if I can show you. Yeah. It's a beautiful caramel color. Alright, now what I'm going to do is get this on the lowest. Alright, it's still very hot. Very, very, very hot. And I'm going to add the cream. Be very careful. Maybe a little overwhelming. Be very careful, guys. If there are kids who are cooking this, I suggest adult supervision. Yeah. Just switch this off completely. Let's put in cream. Okay. Absolutely love the color of this one. Okay. This is still nice and hot. Get it on the tabletop and let's mix it well. Okay. So I'm done with the hot plate now. We can get rid of this. Right. We have our caramel ready, guys. I hope you'll all have your caramel ready with me. Just see this beautiful color of the caramel. Rich, dense. Right. So now what I'm going to do is, next I'm going to add brown butter to this, okay? Remember the brown butter? Yeah? Okay? You see the solids have settled down, so I'm just going to add the brown butter now. Okay, that's it. And I'm going to mix this really well. Guys, go slow, take your time. We're in no rush, no hurry. Everything is very hot, so I really want you to take your time and do this peacefully, okay? Let's all smile as we go making our brown butter caramel. It's all for a good cause, guys. I hope you're getting the aromas of brown butter and caramel together now, right? Go slow while mixing. You can make a whisk too. Okay. And since I'm already working with this, I'm okay to sort of mix it in. Okay. Let me get it into bigger bowls. It's easy. You have to see. I'm going to whisk the butter and the caramel more so that it forms one homogeneous mixture. Alright, I need my whisk. Let's get started. Okay, let's whisk it well. Moving forward from here, it's all very simple. It's just chucking everything in the bowl and then we are done. You see, the caramel is taken in all the butter. Yes. Right, and you see it's so nice now. Just nice. Yummy. Right? I want all of y'all to show me this. Come on, guys. Let's all have some fun while baking. Okay. Next thing what we're going to do is we're going to put milk. Ensure your milk is at room temperature. Very important. Again, milk goes in. Right? And we'll just whisk this. Okay? I just feel it's easy once you put in the milk and then you put in the dry ingredients. Because if you put the dry ingredients and then the milk, it becomes very difficult for you to fold in the flour. Okay? So once your wet ingredient is ready, what you can do is just put in your flour. This is 145 grams of your regular maida. Right? Next goes in is 1 teaspoon of your baking powder and pinch salt. Okay? Put everything inside and ensure that everything inside goes well. Okay? Okay, salt is completely optional. I'm doing it because it's caramel. You know, you do want a pinch of salt, right? Okay. So now just mixing this. Okay. Any given point of time, you feel you would want to add more milk, feel free to add 1 tablespoon of milk. Okay. I think I'm good with it, but if you feel like you would like to add, go ahead and add it. scrape the sides. I want you to see that the consistency, it's quite thick. Just like this, guys. It's quite thick, okay? And it's absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is now, I would want you to get a glass and a piping bag and a knife, okay? Right. So we're going to put it in the piping bag. You need a glass, piping bag. It's easier this way. What you can do is just put this inside. Okay, so if you don't have help, then I think it's really easy to work this way. Okay. And okay, let's put it in. Little, keeping it on the side, and here it is, right here. Okay, easy for me to work. Please put this aside. Next, what I need to start off with is the crumble. Okay, so for the crumble, we have 50 grams of cashew. Okay, I'll show you 50 grams of cashew. I've broken them small, just chop them fine, or maybe coarse, whatever you like, however you like. Next, we have 50 grams of flour, which is your regular maida, right? And then we have your 40 grams of icing sugar, and we have 40 grams of butter. So let's get started. I'll get chilled butter from the fridge. Alright guys, so I have chilled butter right here. There's a reason why I'm using chilled butter. Is whenever you use or whenever you make crumble, I think it's better if you sort of use chilled butter. It just makes your cakes so much better. Okay, so go ahead guys, use chilled butter. It's nice. Right. Let's get started with the crumble, guys. Come on, quickly, join me. Come into the crumble, please. Now for the crumble, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a big mixing bowl. Okay, I'll keep it right here. Now it's so simple to make it. You're just going to chuck everything in the bowl. Okay, so in goes icing sugar. Ensure that you've sifted this icing sugar. If you don't have icing sugar and if you have custard sugar, that's absolutely fine with me, no problem. Okay, right, next goes in flour, your regular maida. Next, nuts, cashew nuts, and then chilled butter. Okay guys, I kept this in the fridge. I just got it out now. So whenever you're dealing with crumble, you want it to crumble, right? So what you do is you take chilled butter. This is again salted butter, and then with the tip of your fingers, you're just going to like mix it all in. Okay, you are not going to give it heat with your palms. You're just going to mix it gently inside, right? And you're just going to rub this in. Okay. Come on, let's do this. You can even make this crumble in advance before your cake, and you can keep it ready. So as soon as your cake is done, all you have to do is just put the crumble on top and just put it for. Okay. So I think the oven is almost preheated. I'm almost done. Just mixing this well, right? You can put it in, and then we can start with the bake. If any of you all have joined me in right now, we are making a brown butter caramel cake, and we are already done with the batter. What we're making now is the crumble. Okay. If you like cinnamon, you can just add like a pinch of cinnamon to this, and you can just make it like really yummy. Yeah. And so you can add spices in this as well, no problem. And also, if you're not fond of cashews, or if you don't have cashews back home, you can even use almonds. You can use pistachios. You can use hazelnuts. that's the best part when you're working with caramel cake. It's so versatile that you can just add like any nut to it, like, and it still tastes delicious. Okay, guys. So here I am. See, just bang on time, right? So here I am making the crumble. It's ready. To see the texture of the crumble. It's so beautiful. Yeah. And this is what I want it to be. Okay, I don't want any doughy, lumpy crumble. I want this light, delicate crumble. Okay. So now please understand what we have done is we don't want to activate the gluten of the flour. We want it to be nice and light. Okay. And yeah, so that's what we have done. So you take chilled butter and you work with your fingertips, and ensure to wash your hands if you all have warm hands. Okay. So let's do this. Let's go wash hands and then come and put everything together. So guys, I hope you're ready. Let's line our tins. Okay. So I've given you an option of either a 6-inch ring, okay, which you can use. What I'm going to do is I have these rectangular molds, and they are like 4 centimeter by 12 centimeters. So I'm going to use this because I think it looks nice and it will take less time for baking, because I'm going to bake this and I'm going to glaze it right in front of you all. Alright, so I'm going to take these. I need 6 of these for the entire recipe, but I'm just going to do 3 at the moment. Okay, you all can see I have kept this right here. Alright, and what I need is this. Okay, let's cut this. Set it on top. Right, and let's go. So I filled like half of it. Okay, not like completely. Okay, just like half of it. It's better, I feel, to work with the piping bag because then it's more neater that way. Alright, so here it is. Just have a look. Yeah. Right. Next, what I'm going to do is just put the crumble on top, guys. Be generous with the crumble and your donations, okay? And just press the crumble a little inside. Essential that you press the crumble a little, right, so it sticks. So I'm going to put this for baking at 160 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes, okay? And suppose if you all have the 6-inch ring, which you guys have, this will take around 20 to 25 minutes, okay? But what you see here is not going to take more than 15 minutes, okay guys? So let's go ahead and bake this. So meanwhile it's baking, I'd like to explain to you, how my oven is going, how it's baking, what is the mode that I've set it. So I need top coil, bottom coil and fan. Okay, if you don't have fan, that's absolutely fine, but I need top coil, bottom coil. Okay, and I've placed it in the lowest rack. Okay, now if your oven is good, you can place it in the center rack, no problem. But with my oven, I know it goes well in the lowermost rack. Okay, so that's what I have done. I have placed it down, and if you have those smaller ovens which have browning from one side, what you can do is put it right in. After 8 minutes, remove them, twist them, and then push it back in again. Okay, so that it has even browning from all the sides. Ensure that if you're putting the crumble, you're not putting too much crumble. I've made this for the entire recipe, it goes very well, but I've made the entire recipe and I'm using only half of it. So it's absolutely perfect. Okay, the crumble is just going to stick on top, but provided you push the crumble. Okay, ensure that you're pushing the crumble on top, otherwise it's going to be everywhere, right? And while we leave the cake to bake, I hope you guys are having fun. And you know guys, again a gentle reminder while you're having fun that this is a fundraiser event, so please go ahead and make generous donations. We're here for a good cause, so let's all come together and support this brilliant cause, and let's do this together. Okay guys, the link is given right there in the comment section, so you can go ahead and make your donations right there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is quickly clean up everything and we're going to line up for the glaze. Okay, now for the glaze, one of the things that I would want you to do is first you need the cooling rack. Okay, any cooling rack is fine. Next you need a baking tray. So what I have done is this baking tray, I have just plain wrapped it, if you can see. And you must be wondering why I've done this, because if I glaze it, okay, I can collect all the glaze in the tray itself, and you know I don't have to keep washing my tray. And then what I can do is whenever I can just like store this again, and whenever I need it I can use it again. Okay. So meanwhile our cakes are baking, I would want you to do this prep for this space. Okay. Next, for the glaze, let's understand what we have. We have 200 grams of chocolate. You can take pure, you can take compound, whatever you have at the moment is what you can take. Next, what I have done is I have taken 100 grams of butter. This is again Amul salted butter. I love salted butter, so I think I only work with salted butter. Okay, and next we have around 50 grams of cashew. So I've just, you know what, if you lightly roast this, it will be really nice, and just cut it, chop it into smaller pieces till the time our cake is baking. And yeah, let's just clean this up and let's do our preps for the glaze now. Alright guys. Guys, so our cake is still in the oven. It will take roughly around 10 minutes for it to bake. You know, I've taken the small tins, so they will take lesser time to bake. Meanwhile, let's discuss a few things. Our favorite topic, egg-free. So why I call it egg-free? Because it is free of egg. A lot of people call it eggless. It technically means less of egg, but the right term is egg-free, which means it is completely free of egg. And so when I had one abroad for my training, and when I came back, I had this huge demand and people asking, you know, anytime I would put a dessert in front of my friends, they would be like, Ruhi, is this eggless? And I would wonder why, like, you know, and I realized that there was a huge demand and nobody had looked into this market. This is what I'm talking about, almost 8 to 9 years ago. And that's when I decided to jump in, take it as a challenge. And ever since then, I've been working only with egg-free recipes. So if you actually give me eggs, I'll take like 5-7 minutes, you know, to sort of know what to do with it, okay? And yeah, so starting from very basic recipes, I've now created a little complex recipes like your entremets, your macros, your meringues and all. And trust me guys, they're all simple. I just feel egg-free recipes are so much simpler to handle, to do, you know, they're more like one bowl, one whisk recipe. Yeah, so that's about the egg-free and a little bit journey of how I got into egg-free. And let's understand the points to remember for this recipe, or the pressure points. So first thing is when we start is your browning of the butter. Do not over brown your butter. Be careful, do not burn it, okay? And the second point is your caramel. Ensure you don't burn your caramel, because then it will give a very bitter flavor to your cake, alright? So when to stop is the key. Focus on the color and you will know what to do, okay? And the third thing is whenever you're sticking the crumble, remember you need cold butter for the crumble, and ensure that you're working with your fingertips, light and gentle, delicately press it so that it is intact, alright? And yeah, those are the pressure points that you need to remember when you're doing this cake. Otherwise, it's a very simple, easy cake. I've also spoken about baking powder that I've used in the cake. Any regular baking powder, 1 teaspoon. If you're using anything which is double action, then you will use half the quantity. Alright, guys, this is a very simple, quick, easy recipe. And after doing this bake along, I would want you to click loads of pictures, post this, tag me Chef Ruhi Bhimani, tag World on a Plate, and we'll be very happy to see how it's turned out for you guys. And also while doing and enjoying that, do not forget this is a fundraiser and let's all do it together. Let's donate generously. Alright, so guys, still we have time for the cake, so let's do one thing. let's melt chocolate and butter. So I have taken around 200 grams of chocolate. You can either take pure or compound, no problem. We'll go 20 seconds, very slow, not melting it all together. Alright, so let's go 20 seconds of chocolate in the microwave. And after that, what we're going to do is, after putting 20 seconds inside the microwave, we're going to do 20 seconds with the butter as well. Let's go slow, you're in no hurry, okay? Next, what we're going to do is the cashew. What you can also do is you can roast the cashew at around 150 degrees Celsius for like 8 to 10 minutes. I just feel it gives better crunch and it's more tastier, you know, when it's roasted. So you can just use the cashews roasted, or you can leave it as it is, no problem. Okay. Now with chocolate, you need to remember 20 seconds at a time. Okay, don't go all in. Right. So I have 20 seconds. Thank you. Right here. Okay. Right. And you know, realize that during the monsoons, the chocolates, they tend to, you know, sort of become more hard. They don't melt easily, okay? But that doesn't mean you put them at one go for 30 seconds. Go slow, 20 seconds, give it time, okay? And just in case we feel that the glaze is a little grainy or lumpy, what we're going to do is we're going to strain this, okay? But we'll leave it for later, okay? First, let's see what we have. We need another 20 seconds. Goes in the microwave. Guys, meanwhile, let us discuss a few things. You know, this cake has very good shelf life. So, you know, you can keep this cake in the fridge for about a week, you know, and you can just have it whenever you want to. Just what you can do is put it, you know, get it to room temperature, put it outside in the room temperature, and then that's when you're going to consume, okay? It's absolutely yummy. Okay, so this is 20 seconds, right. And butter also goes in for 20 seconds. Thank you. Right. Mix, 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 mix. Ensure you mix this well, and also ensure that your chocolate is not too hot or your butter is also not too hot. They just need to be somewhere between 35 to 40-45, not much more than that. Thank you. The butter is melted too. And I butter in this. It's lovely. And now just mix it, okay, gently. All mixed together. It's so amazing to see this. This has a beautiful sheen. Amazing. Okay, guys, go slow with this. Go easy on this. If you still feel it has any kind of lumps or anything, you can just put it in the microwave together, this entire bowl, for about 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah, not too much. Rather, I would say mix it well. Yeah, that's more important. See this? Lovely. Again, don't be in a hurry to put nuts. It's okay, this can wait. First, let's get the glaze right, and then we put in the nuts. Okay. what we're going to do is, if we have a glass bowl, if you can just get a glass bowl, yeah, and I'll just strain it because just to be safe. Okay, let me just get one quick glass bowl. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just strain this. Okay. It's very important that you strain. Okay. Just place down. You guys, do not skip this step. Okay. Ensure that you strain it well. Okay. What a good glaze. Okay. So guys, I've used very simple ingredients, accessible ingredients, so it's easy for all of you all to do this recipe. Okay, it's nothing tough, it's very easy, and I hope and I'm looking forward that you all actually go ahead and do this. Okay, so we've mixed chocolate and butter, and here we have cashew nuts. All right, so I'll just quickly go and have a look at the oven. And let's have a look. See, they are cooked. Okay, now how do I know that they're cooked? Is I just press them, okay? And it's done. It's done really well, and you can see that the cashews have browned a bit. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll leave it for cooling now. Okay. Leave it for cooling. And what we will do is after a minute or so, I'm just going to use a knife and we'll try to loosen it from the sides. Okay. So meanwhile, what I'm going to do is now, in the glaze, I'm going to add cashew. Okay. Now suppose if you don't have cashew, you can use hazelnuts, you can use almonds, whatever, even peanuts. Okay, no problem. Whatever you have at hand, just use it. Okay. Glass, let's put it in a piping bag. This makes our life even more easier, right? Place right inside. Okay. Let's wait. Right. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. I hope you all have got your tray lined with the cling wrap. Yes, if you haven't, please go ahead and do it. It's important at this stage. Come on, guys. Now we've reached the final stage. Well, we're going to do the glazing bit. Okay, what I'm going to do is just put the knife. Okay. Okay. You want to see how it comes out? That's it. So easy. Okay. That's why be careful. Okay. Right? Oh, this looks gorgeous. Okay. Right, so that's a little hot. Now what I'm going to do is strip, right? Here. Cooling rack right here. And let's place them one by one, okay? It will cool off faster here on the cooling rack. Okay, so I hope y'all can see. Okay. Alright, one. The schools are pretty fast as well because it's quite small in size, right? So it bakes fast, it cools off faster. Okay. Let's go ahead and glaze this. Alright guys, I'm going to just focus a little down so you can be there with me. Yeah. Let's get this away. one because you have nuts as well. Okay, don't cut a thin one, please. Let's keep this aside. Let's go. Alright, what we're going to do is just quickly pour the glaze over this. Just got to be more bigger. For the moment, I'm just going to glaze only one for you all. Just look at it. It's so nice and chunky, isn't it? What you can otherwise do is, you can just drizzle, if you don't want to do a glaze, you can also drizzle some caramel and just on top. And that's about it, okay? You can just consume the cake as it is, or you can glaze it, okay? And if you don't want to do anything, then you can just have the cake by itself, and it's going to be so moist and yum. What I'm going to do is the final plating for this, so guys, get ready for this. Right? Yeah, I hope good. Let me see if I missed any spot from here. Just in the edges a little. Alright, so this is done. And I'm already excited about this. I love the sheen. I love the sheen on this. I think it's beautiful. Alright. And I've got this right here. Okay. Right. Let me just clean. Started. Alright. Let the excess drip off. Okay. Okay. And we just that's it. Okay. And here it is. Right here. Okay. Yummy, delicious. We'll allow the glaze to set and then free to eat this. Okay. Meanwhile, I would love to show you the texture of this cake, if I can show you. Okay. So yummy. I can't wait to bite into this. Okay, but I'm going to do that after the video. So I hope you guys have enjoyed, and do not forget that it's a fundraiser. If you guys have had fun, and please go ahead and make generous donations in the link below. Do give this yummy recipe a try, and do click loads of pictures and send me, and we'll be very happy to see how it's turned out for you. So thank you so much, guys. Happy baking.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
because with changes we grow, right? So this is one of the change that is coming along, and I think all of us are welcoming it. Yeah.
Amazing, lovely. So, question two: why do you add sugar in batches?
Okay, so if I add sugar all at once, it's going to burn. You need to add sugar little at a time because it controls the temperature, and you don't caramelize the entire sugar at once. So when the sugar is already melting and you get the desired color, you add the next batch so that you control the temperature of the sugar, because sugar tends to like boil and suddenly change the color. So you don't want to burn your caramel. You want to have a good caramel, and hence we add it in batches.
This is all flying on top of my head because I don't know baking, but this is for all the lovely people who logged on to WOAP asking you, excited about your recipe. So vegan recipes have a aquafaba for egg-free meringue recipe. Any thoughts on this?
So we use aquafaba for making meringues, and they turn out beautiful. Yes, it can be a little technical to handle, but I think they make some of the best meringues with aquafaba, especially when it is egg-free option is what we are looking at, or vegan option in case of aquafaba. Yes.
Oh, lovely. So how can we store caramel for a longer time?
Okay. So
Some really interesting questions.
Sorry.
Really interesting questions, I said.
The best place to store caramel is in your stomach. Just have it, okay? Right. So, if you've made excess caramel and if you wish to store it, then ensure that you have an airtight container. Ensure you've cleaned it well, and you can store it in the fridge for about a month and a half to 2 months. And whenever you want to sort of make any dish or something, you already have the caramel prepared in advance. So, yes.
Should we heat the sugar on low when making caramel?
Ideally, yes. Go very slow when you're making caramel, because as I said, suddenly the temperatures rise and, you see the browning and you feel very helpless, as to how do I control that, how do I avoid burning? So the idea is always to go slow.
Lovely. So you have 3 more questions. Wow. I mean, you've got the highest amount of questions. I should congratulate you. You're going to get a, maybe a small appreciation from us. Okay. How many days can the cake be kept in the room temperatures? In room temperature.
Okay. So you can keep the cake outside for 2 days. Okay. You can keep the cake in the fridge for a week and a half.
Okay. Okay, the last one. Have you kept anything between the ring and the tray?
Yes. You need to butter your tray and dust it with flour. That is very essential. If you can't do that, or if you find it very tedious, then you can also place a parchment paper and you can go ahead and bake.
Okay, guys, have you got all your answers? Because it's my time to ask Ruhi questions now, because the difficult part is over. For me, it's the easy part is to have a conversation with you. So where are you from, and how did you take up this passion of baking?
Okay, so
a lot of lovely bakers in Bombay.
Yes, so I've done my hotel management, and then I went abroad to be trained with a lot of chefs, because it was
Where
really
from? Which hotel
about baking. So I have gone everywhere from US to Dubai, London, you name it, and I've gone.
No. Which hotel management school in India?
Yeah.
Which hotel management school in India?
Rizvi Bandra.
Sorry?
Rizvi Bandra. So I taught Mumbai University, and then I was like, I just want to learn, go explore. And when I came back, I realized that whenever I would put a dessert, I would make for my friends, the first thing that they would ask me is, Rui, is this eggless? And I'm like, no, because we have baked with eggs, and then suddenly, eggless was something very different to me. So then, I started getting in touch with chefs, I started asking, I started doing my research, and I realized that, vegan baking was very similar to what we do in egg-free. However, in vegan, you also don't use dairy products. but in egg free you can. Okay, so I felt, that is where I need to go, and understand this better. And of course, then I did a lot of research, like at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm there, experimenting different recipes, understanding the science behind it, because you cannot blindly do these things. Understanding how a recipe can be balanced, the composition, of the recipe. And then I started again making these bakes and, giving it to people. And they're like, you know what? If you wouldn't have told us, we wouldn't have felt it's without eggs. So I think that was a win for me. And currently, then I started on to, I started with my small studio by the name of Coco Cottage, which I'm still operating from Andheri, Lokhandwala. And because of Corona...
What is it called? Cocoa Butter, right?
Coco Cottage Studio.
Cocoa Cottage. Yeah, guys, kudos. Make sure you order from Cocoa Cottage, please. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm only into teaching and training. I'm not into retail. So that's the thing, I'm only into teaching and training, and I like to create recipes. I just love the idea of playing with different textures and fruits and flavors. So, here I am teaching, and I really enjoy doing what I'm doing. And right after this live, I have my online class, which I'm starting.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah.
Lovely. So hope to, do something more with you on our platform. It's so lovely to have you. And on this, Chef Dane, thank you for joining us. And Chef Dane is, this amazing chef who just did a masterclass before you. He's joined us. And thank you again for this beautiful contribution. And, this unprecedented times, I think, needed this for all of us to come together and donate for a cause. So last few words to all your viewers to, inspire them to go do good, give them some inspiration to go back and say that we'll get out of this easy and, we're going to move ahead, surge forward, right? You want to say something?
Right. So, hello everyone. I can see a lot of hearts and I can see a lot of love. Thank you so much, guys, for always joining me and for loving what I'm doing. You guys really motivate me. But this time we're talking for a bigger cause, and we need you to come and donate. World Hunger Warriors, they're doing some phenomenal job. And I've been watching them right from the start of COVID. And guys, if you see what they're doing, you will come forward and you will donate. And be generous, how generously we pour caramel on our cakes. And go ahead and contribute, and we'll be very happy, because we've put in a lot of effort, especially Kiran sir and his team, Abhijit. I think they have worked just spot on, and they're doing some.
So we've got we have a massive goal to achieve, which is at least to get for the ₹1 million mark. We are way behind it. So, I think you should thank you again and just tell people that please go and donate. Could be as small as anything, because, the World Hunger Warriors are doing an amazing job, and I think we should. So I'm going to be on the truck at the end of the day today. So thank you again, and see you soon when I'm in Bombay.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Welcome back. This is Saturday. We are heading towards an amazing evening today. It is Sweet Saturday. 3 beautiful desserts up. I think we just had one awesome dessert by Ruhi. I was so excited to finally work with her, and we look forward to work with you more in the future. I am at this beautiful venue, the Corona Sunset venue at the JW Marriott. Again, one of our favorite venues because we started off, they were our first hospitality partners for World in a Plate. So excited to be back. Stunning looking venue. You know, we're at the poolside. I really wish I could go and jump and take a quick dip. But yeah, I have work to do. So we're really having a great Saturday. We've gone to 3 venues and we're right here today. So moving on, you know, I was talking to you about Marco. You know, I left you guys off with one little of his quotes which I was enamored by. So I had 3 interviews with him, and every interview was spectacular. I mean, the kind of things the man says, it's nothing else but the experience, the knowledge he has about food, about life, and so on. So the one thing I asked him, how did he feel driving into Bombay? How did he feel? Because he was asked to come to India many, many times. He was asked about 10 years ago, and he made it in 2019, and we're so lucky to have had him. He said one word, it said magical. And he never wanted, he said that I feel at home in a place like Mumbai. And then of course was history. The number of press people who landed up at this press conference was insane. The good thing about a chef like Marco or a celebrity like Marco, you know, he is so down to earth. He would spend hours and hours with one single interview, and while celebrities would say no to press people, this guy gave it everything. He would spend hours. You know, when a press comes and says, I want 10 minutes, he would take half an hour, 1 hour. That was the passion of the man. Day 1, there were over 1,000 people, college students who were waiting to see Marco. And Marco, that's why he's legendary. And every experience we had, including his masterclass, was mind-blowing. There were many celebrities who, the Bombay Glitterati landed up just to watch his mushroom risotto, and we were so enamored by him, so we brought him back two times. So about Mumbai was obviously magical. World on a Plate, season 5, Mumbai was magical. It was something which we'd not seen before. So the Century just was beautiful, one of the best properties I've seen. The other partners were the Phoenix Market City Mall. All our pop-ups were, there. And So yeah, so I'm going to come back and keep talking to you about what has happened in the last 5 years, because this is about the inside stuff, what World in a Plate has to offer. Right now, of course, World in a Plate live, 5th to the 9th of August, and we've had 3 amazing days. This is the 4th day. We have 1 more day to go. I'm really, it's like a dream come true, because stunning masterclasses, beautiful, setting. We're going into people's home. They're teaching recipes which are unique, and all you guys, I hope, are having a great time cooking with your friends and family. So quickly, just to turn around and say that, today, in these unprecedented times, we wanted to call someone special on this conversation, and I would like to call, a special person, founder of Total Yoga, Neetu, to come on stage and quickly have a chat with us.
Namaste, everybody.
Thank you, Neetu, for coming.
Thank you for inviting.
You're looking lovely as usual.
Thank you.
So the whole idea of having you here was, many people are going through these unprecedented times, and you've been teaching yoga for so many years, and many students must be in touch with you doing yoga at the moment. What is that one tip you'll give them, how to boost their immunity?
So, not one, sorry, 2 tips. One, as it's all about food, I should share a Ayurveda recipe which will be turmeric and ginger. It's a magical drink to make. And second thing, in yoga, there is a very important breathing technique called Anulom Vilom Pranayam. Most of you will be knowing it, or you can Google it. So it's all about balancing your nadi system, energizing whole system, and taking care of your immune system through the lungs. So strengthen your lungs also.
Beautiful. So that's why you're glowing. Looks like, these techniques are the ones which are making you glow so much today.
Yes, it's a yogi energy and yogi glow.
Amazing. Lovely. So moving on, what do you think about veganism?
So as you all know, vegan, organic, vegetarian, all this goes well with yoga. And this is a concept, but same time, vegan is so interesting and so beneficial in this day-to-day life, and same time when this pandemic is going. Eat to digest, same time keeps you more healthy. You will feel more energized, by the way, because after eating any kind of food, the idea is to feel more energized, and that's what vegan food does. Same time, vegan people are more related to animal thing, right? They don't want to eat any animal product, and that's the reason it's vegan. No dairy product, no your favorite cheese. So I believe, yes, vegan is very light and very energetic, and same time nutritious food.
Lovely. Do not forget that the World on a Plate season 6, which would be a live season, this is what it is, from the 5th to the 9th, is for charity. Go do your bit. The World Hunger Warriors are actually really working hard to feed as many people as possible. We will see you on the other side. See you soon.
Namaste.
एक कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Next up, Sachin Wilfred, one of our close associate from Lavon Academy. Talented chef, cutting edge chef, baking. Like I said, this is Sweet Saturday. I hope you guys are having a roller coaster ride, baking amazing pastries and bakery all the while. I'm looking forward to see what he's going to come up with, and apart from that, we have a conversation with the legend himself, A.D. Singh, who's built many iconic brands. That's going to be on Instagram. So log on to Instagram, chit chat with us, check out what's happening. You'll definitely know the trend where the industry is heading towards. And we are going to have a great evening. And let me tell you that today is almost like the end of the Saturday, but Sunday is action packed. We're going to have one more masterclass after Sachin. Saransh Goyla, the butter chicken man, he's doing something special. Apart from that, Sunday is power packed. It is like a power pack Sunday. Ranveer Brar, Vicky Ratnani, Olibri Jimenez, many exciting masterclasses. Stay hooked on to us. We're going to make you absolutely happy, and like I said, this World in a Plate is about hope. It's about having a great time, looking forward for tomorrow, and enjoying our beautiful evening. Look forward to see you on the other side again.
Hello guys, welcome to my masterclass with World on a Plate in making this delicious dark chocolate, banana and peanut butter cookie. First of all, let me tell you about the bake-along that we're doing right now. It's a fundraising event for World Hunger Warriors. I don't know if you've heard about World Hunger Warriors. I'm sure you guys would have actually. They are doing an incredible job right out there on the streets. They're feeding the charity, feeding the poor, especially the migrant laborers that are stuck on the streets. So they are doing an incredible job. So basically our bake-along is going to be a fundraising event to support their cause. Okay? So before we start with the cookie, I really want to be telling you that I can see a lot more people joining in there. So I'm just going to wait for another minute more to understand, so that we don't miss out on all the people who are going to join along with us to bake. Okay? So till then, I'll just explain you the ingredients. And once we have all of them joining with us, we are going to be doing that once again. Clear? So this, like I said, this is going to be dark chocolate, banana and peanut butter cookie. This is one of my favorite cookies, guys. I did this a few days back for a class, and I really thought this would be a great platform for me to redo this cookie so that you guys can try it at home as well. So now I have some. I think we have a lot more people who've joined right there. So I'm just going to straight away start explaining the ingredients. Okay. So we have some unsalted soft butter. Okay. When I say soft butter, it should be something like this. It should be pliable. Pliable. I hope you guys understand pliable. Very much like a consistency that you can spread it on a bread. Right. I'm sure you guys would have had a bread sandwich, right? Nice spreadable, pliable consistency. So this is unsalted soft butter. And for the sugars, I have some brown sugar and custard sugar. If you don't have brown sugar, you could just use custard sugar completely. But the whole point of brown sugar is it makes your cookie not very sweet. It adds a lot of moisture to the cookie. It makes your cookie nice and soft. So I'm going to be using a mixture of both brown sugar and custard sugar. I have some peanut butter. Peanut butter is basically the store-bought one. It's not a homemade one, it's a store-bought one, so that you guys also can be doing it from home. I have some honey. Honey, banana, peanut butter. Reminds you of your breakfast, right? So actually I really like honey using honey in my cookies because it adds a lot of moisture to the cookie and it balances the sweetness also. So I prefer to use honey. Bananas. The bananas that I'm going to be using, and guys, I forgot to explain you about, I forgot to tell you something about the cookie. It's an eggless cookie. Okay? So this is a good news for you. It's an eggless cookie. So we are going to be replacing the eggs with bananas. So all you need is purely ripened bananas to make this cookie. Any bananas, robust, any breed of bananas, but make sure it's really ripened. Okay. So this is something that I'm going to replace my eggs with. So it's an eggless cookie. Now when it comes to peanuts, I have some peanut flour. Basically the peanuts that's toasted, just grind it inside a mixer to get a fine powder. So that's my peanut flour. I have my refined flour, which is your maida, and cocoa powder. Cocoa powder is because I really like the combination of cocoa and chocolate along with banana peanut butter. So I'm going to be using cocoa powder here. I have some peanuts that's toasted. Just if it's a salted peanuts also is fine. It's completely alright for you to use a salted peanuts also. And the whole point why I'm using peanuts and banana is, first thing, it goes along very well, and the next thing is it's something that is very easily available from your home, from your kitchen. So all the ingredients that you see here is something that you can fetch it right away from your pantry. You don't have to go try and fetch it from Amazon or from Flipkart. It's pretty easy. Okay, the chocolate that I'm going to be using is dark chocolate. You could replace the dark chocolate with milk chocolate, or actually not white chocolate, dark chocolate preferably, if not milk chocolate. Okay, milk chocolate will make it a little bit more on a sweeter side, but it depends. I like dark chocolate, goes really well. And I have some sea salt flakes that you get. If in case you don't get sea salt, you can go for rock salt. Just crush it up nice and fine. So what this sea salt does in my cookie is it's going to add a bit of saltiness, which will balance again with my sweetness of the cookie. So these are the ingredients, and I hope everybody is right there along with me, ready to bake, right? For the people who are joining late, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to start explaining the ingredients as and when I make also, so you guys can understand what we have missed upon. Okay, but in terms of equipment or tools, whatever we need to make this cookie, it's pretty simple, guys. I have a bowl, I have a hand blender, I have some spatula, spoons, and piping bags with some scrapers. That's pretty much it. Something quite simple, right? I hope you guys are going to be baking along with me. And I have an OTG set here. I'm sure you guys must have an OTG at home. If you don't have an OTG, you could make it at a convection oven also. Just make sure before you start the cookie, your oven is preheated to 170 degrees. Okay, so 170 degrees, I have my OTG that's preheated and kept ready for me. So we're going to be starting, guys. So before you start, what you're going to do is you need to look handsome. You need to look handsome like me, and you need to have a nice apron to start. I really like this apron, so whenever I do some sessions, I like to wear this. I think I look cool with this, so I'm going to start. Before I start my cookie, I'm going to get myself ready. Okay? Why this apron is really important is end of the day, you need your chef to be nice, clean, and crisp, right? So that's the reason I'm going to be wearing this apron. Now, before I start, like I mentioned, I'm going to explain the ingredients once again as and when I put. So you need a bowl, guys. First thing, steel bowl is very important. You could use any other glass bowl, that's completely alright. But a bowl should be quite big enough, okay, to hold all the ingredients. Because when we say a cookie is pretty simple. All the ingredients are going to go to one bowl, right? So when it's one bowl, you need a bowl that is decent in size. Okay? Don't have smaller bowls, it's going to mess up your work area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add. It's pretty simple, guys. I'm going to add all the butters together, which is my soft butter, peanut butter. Actually, this recipe had hazelnut paste. I need to be a little honest also. No secrets with the chef. So this recipe is supposed to be with hazelnut paste, 100% hazelnut paste. So I'm replacing it with peanut butter. If in case you have Nutella at home, go ahead, use it if you really like Nutella. I'm going to add the brown sugars. You see, brown sugars actually clumped a little bit because it has moisture. So when you leave it outside, it starts to form lumps. So just break it up. I'm going to add the brown sugars in this bowl and caster sugar. Honey also. Oh my god. I really like the way honey looks more than it tastes. it just feels like your entire dessert is going to be tasty, right? I've seen some videos where you have honey dripping over, especially on a pancake or a waffle or something like that. So I have my bananas. You could either blend your bananas, emulsify it, and then put it inside, or you could just put this way. Okay, because I think most of you might not have an emulsifier at home, so I'm just going to use it just slices. But remember, guys, it should be really, really ripened. Okay, because more the ripened, your cookie is going to be more delicious. So in case if you want to substitute this banana with any other fruit, don't try or don't be too creative with watermelon or mangoes. It doesn't go well. You could replace avocado. Avocado, really ripened avocado is something that you could replace in this cookie. Okay. So that's pretty much, I think, yeah. That's pretty much that goes in one bowl. All the dry ingredients. So before I start, I'm just going to be mixing all the dry ingredients. I have my flour. I have my peanut flour, cocoa powder. So basically, just try to combine things together so it's easier for you to understand. Okay. Chocolate, peanuts, and sea salt. I'm going to leave it for a little later. Okay. I think that looks fine. So I am just going to ask one of my friends to help me clean this up. Actually, I have a great team of people who help me do this video, guys. I need to mention this. Okay. So I'm just going to mix this dry ingredients roughly. You could replace the peanut flour with any other nut flour, say if you want to be making, but make sure if you're using bananas, use a nut that goes really well with bananas, like a hazelnut flour or an almond flour. Walnut, if you want to be using walnut flour, I would not recommend, though banana and walnut goes really well, but I don't recommend you to do that because walnut has a lot of oils in them. So it might not give you a flour consistency, it might end up becoming like a paste. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'm going to clear up all this so I look like a really professional chef who's going to be teaching you things. Okay, so this is a hand blender, guys. I'm sure you guys must have a hand blender at home. I'm not using a KitchenAid or a planetary mixer right out there, but any brand that works decent. Okay. Something like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start creaming all of this together to form a nice smooth paste. Okay, but remember, since this is eggless, you really don't have to wait for adding eggs little at a time or bananas little at a time. Since there's no eggs, there is no emulsification. Okay, which means pretty much all these ingredients should mix together. So if you're doing this at home, like I told you, you make a big bowl. And the next thing is, before you start at a higher speed, start at a lower speed first. Okay, so you understand. I think my wire's out. Yeah. Just give me a second, guys. Start at a low speed. Once you mix all the ingredients, then you can increase the speed. Why? Because I've done various blunders in life. There's a time where I've started with the highest speed and all the ingredients are just splattered out of the board on your chef board and it becomes really messy. Okay? So start at low speed. Let the ingredients combine together first. And then you can increase the speed gradually. Okay? Like I told you, all we need is our sugars to dissolve. Since we're using brown sugar and custard sugar, both are easier to dissolve. Okay? But for that you need your butters to be really, really soft. Okay? So what happens? Let's talk a little bit about the science that goes in here. What happens here is we want to make it fluffy. So how does it become fluffy? Is your sugar crystals are nice and sharp in nature, so they are going to start breaking your fat molecules and it starts incorporating a lot more air inside, which makes your cookie a little bit more moist on the chewy side. Okay, so honey again adds a lot of chewy texture to your cookie. I think I forgot to mention you that. So I'm going to start creaming at a higher speed. It's a fast cookie. I don't know why, maybe it's because I'm a South Indian, I'm so obsessed with bananas. So banana is something that I really like. And especially during this lockdown, you really don't know if you would get any other food that would be important. So I thought I'd just go a little basic, but something that I really love to eat. You see that it's that fast. It already looks plain and fluffy to me. It doesn't take too much time. I'm just going to take a spatula, just rub the sides once. If you like some oats, you could replace around 10-15% of your flour with this oat flakes. Banana oats also goes really well. That's the second cookie. That should be good enough. This up. And I am taking a bigger spatula here just to start holding in my dry ingredients. Okay, so this won't be more like a cookie dough, it will be like a cookie paste. So I might have to chill this for about 5-10 minutes, or we could straight away bake it also. Yeah, these peanuts are for me to garnish this. I have these peanuts here, just peanut halves, and the peas are kept here. This is for my garnishing, so we'll leave it aside so I don't get confused and add this also. So now I'm going to do this and I'm going to add. If you think your cocoa powder has a lot of lumps, you could sieve it also. Mine is quite good. Now I'm going to be folding it. Remember guys, when it comes to a cookie, never blend the dry ingredients using a hand blender. Always cookie needs to be folded or just combined. Okay? Why? Because there's something called as gluten. I'm sure you guys would have heard about gluten. I see a lot of people gluten intolerant and things like this. So you guys know what gluten is. It's basically a protein that's present in flour. So the more you try to mix it, the more you knead it, the gluten starts to form. Okay? First thing, if you want your gluten is present in your refined flour already, but it starts to activate only when you start putting any liquids, any moisture, maybe water, eggs, milk, anything for that matter. So once you put a liquid, it starts to activate, and when you start agitating like a bread, when you start kneading, your gluten ends up forming. But when it comes to a cookie or a cake, why people say fold your ingredients is you don't want your gluten to form, right? So same thing. I'm going to be folding in my ingredients. Now I'm just going to add dark chocolate chunks. This is an option, guys. I really like chunks of dark chocolate in the cookie because when I prefer to eat my cookies warm, because the chocolate adds a lot of texture and value, and it makes my cookie a lot more delicious. So if in case you don't have, these are dark chocolate carrots, it's 55%. If you have any other chocolate available from your home, you could use that, not a problem. Like I said, dark almond, nothing, please don't use white. It just makes your cookie a lot more sweet. So I'm going to mix the dark chocolate carrots with flour, and I'm going to add the peanuts also in here, and just give a mix. Okay, before I put it. Okay, as I'm folding this, I want to tell you what I generally don't like, because I don't want this class to be, you know what, you're gonna make a cookie, make this thing, blah 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 blah, bake it, have, eat it, I hope you enjoy it, it's really delicious, tasty. No, that's not gonna be our style, right? So let me just talk a few lines about what I generally do in life other than actually I have such a boring life. I pretty much end up only baking. I don't have any much interest in life. So basically, I did my hotel management. I wanted to be a chef. I did it from college in Bangalore. Then I started working with a few group of hotels, some 5-star hotels, some really good hotels. Learned the trade, and I'm still learning also. That's I've worked with a bunch of really good chefs who taught me a lot. And now it's been around five and a half years with a pastry school. It's called as Levon. I hope you guys know what Levon is, right? So we are a pastry school. We teach the stories. We have a course, so I teach there, and we have a cafe. So we make products. So that's my life. Other than my professional life, I'm married. It's a happy business. It's sad. I can't be taking pieces. I'm married, and I have a daughter. I like to travel, which we really can't be doing between this lockdown. I like to eat. I don't like much to exercise. and something that I really love to do is bake and teach. Teaching is a lot of fun, guys, trust me. Especially when more than virtual, I really like classes when I can see people baking along with me, especially when my classes happen. A lot of fun baking together. That's something that I really miss the most in this lockdown. It's been hard. It's been more than 2 months. We're just talking over the phone, over the computers. I mean, life has changed so much, right? But remember, guys, I know it's out of topic now, but you need to stay safe, okay? Because we never know, things are going wrong around us. There are people who are supporting and helping us out, like Food Hunger Warriors, but we also need to be safe, right? Cool. So I think that's pretty much a crisp information about what I am and what generally I do in life. Let's come back to the cookie. I've folded all my dry ingredients. You see this? It looks more like a paste. You could make this cookie dough or cookie paste and keep it in your refrigerator for even up to a month. Don't do that. You'll end up losing the fridge space for 1 month. But you could store. What I'm trying to say is you could store this cookie dough as long as possible. Okay. So either if in case you are doing this at home and if you want to keep some stock, you can make portions, keep it in a nice box and refrigerate it. As and when you have guests coming over, you can just take one, bake it right away so you don't waste time every single time. Otherwise, you could straight away bake it also. Since it's a live class, I don't want to be refrigerating or anything. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to be putting this inside a piping bag and I'm going to straight away bake it for you. Okay, so you will understand the difference, what happens. But better, any cookie doughs for that matter, guys, any cookie doughs or cake batters, other than foaming style, like where you foam your eggs, other than those styles, if you have a butter sugar method, it's always better to rest your cookie dough. Okay, so what happens? Let's talk a little bit about science. Why do people say rest your cookie dough? Because the cookie dough has a lot of butter, fats basically, right? So what happens when you rest the cookie dough in the chiller is fats stabilize. When you buy butter from a supermarket, it's in the chiller, right? So when it is in the chiller, what happens? The fats stabilize. The cookie dough is more hard. It just stabilizes the cookie. So when you bake it, you don't have a cookie that spreads way too much. Okay? So, but like I told you, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm just going to be baking it right away. This cookie dough would be giving you around 12 to 13 portions. Each portion is going to be 50 grams. But you could make it smaller. Say if you have kids at home, I think they would easily want to eat at least 2 or 3 cookies. So you could make portions of 20-25 grams. That's also completely alright. But the baking time will differ. If you don't have a piping bag at home, just feel free, guys. You can just wear a hand glove, grab, or if you're having a scoop, just scoop it and directly put it. Okay. So I have a piping bag here. And I have my oven gas ready. Talking about the cookie, how we're going to be baking. Okay, so this is a tray from the ODG itself. I'm not going to be using any other trays because this works completely alright. But just make sure your tray doesn't have any dents. Like I've seen some ODGs having tray with dents. If you do that, I mean you could bake it, but your cookie underneath will not have an even bottom. So I'm just going to be using a silicone mat here. But if you don't have a silicone mat, you could put a parchment paper. Okay, I'm going to have a silicone mat and I'm going to be baking in these rings. Why rings is because all your cookies would look exactly the same. Portion size and the finish will be better. If in case you don't like rings, say I don't like rings, I want my cookies to be raw, rustic and beautiful, just get this. It's completely alright. Okay, so you can do that. And I'm going to be weighing out each cookie. Guys, I'm sorry, I am from a very professional kitchen, so I'm not very used to doing things by just wiping it, because I feel when it gets baked, if the measurement is not exactly the same, you'll have things that's baked unevenly. Okay, and most probably I am going to be eating this cookie, and I don't want to be eating any cookie that's uneven, right? Cool. So I have a weighing scale here, piping bag. Just make sure if you're using a piping bag, cut a bigger mouth of the piping bag needs to be big, because you have chunks of chocolate and peanut, right? So you don't want it to get stuck here. So cut a bigger mouth and make sure you throw this, otherwise it's going to go inside and you're going to get plastic. Cool. I'm going to be piping 50 grams, 50. And this is a weighing scale, guys. I forgot to put on the weighing scale. This is a weighing scale that you would get on any online portals. It's not very expensive. You could have one at home. Just use it whenever you really need it. That's 46 grams. Yeah. So I decided to make, when I got an opportunity to do a masterclass with Word on a Plate, I decided, actually I thought of doing something more crazy, but the clause that was given to me was something that's simple, that all of you can bake along with me, and the next thing is what you like the most. And trust me, though we bake a lot of really cool stuff, we end up making, all of us chefs, end of the day, the best tasting thing is a cookie or a croissant, right? So I like cookies. I'm a big fan of cookies and tarts. Tarts is something that I really enjoy eating. So I decided I'll have a cookie baked today. Perfect. If I have another tray, I can just wipe some more on there. Yeah, that's okay. So guys, I have 6, and this portion should give me another 6 easily. But I'm going to retain this I'm going to weaken this cookie dough and then bake it maybe later. And when you are working from home also guys, I really want to see all your kitchens clean. Working in a clean environment makes a lot of difference, right? So, though my table is not very dirty, I'm just going to clean it so you understand the importance of cleaning also. Okay, just clean up your space, work really cool, professional. And though I am working in a home environment, it seems a little more weird to wear a chef coat at home and bake cookies. I still bake at home, but not with a chef coat of course. Because the first time I'm going to be baking it along with a chef coat. I need some bananas sliced. I'll talk to you about the bananas that I'm using. You see this? These are the normal bananas that I'm using this. You could use a robusta also. I had this at home, so I thought make it with this. I have a bunch of my friends who are helping me do this. They actually do a great job by not disturbing me in the frame. I think it's better to beat the bananas the way how we were peeling it for all these years. I thought I'd just be a little too, but it doesn't work. So I'm going to be slicing these bananas. First of all, why these bananas is I like a nice chunk of bananas on the cookie dough baked. And basically I'm going to dip this a little bit in sugar. In sugar so it caramelizes and it makes my cookie a lot more appealing. Okay? So if I can get a small bowl of master sugar. So I have 5 slices. I think I need to do that much more. Super. You could skip this case. If you don't like, you could just skip doing this step. But I would suggest you to try this cookie with the baked bananas inside. It's really tasty. And I just like whenever things are baked, more than masking it off with surprises, I prefer to show the product. So I coated it with some caster sugar because when we bake this, what's going to happen is the sugars are going to start caramelizing. Okay, so this actually helps with that. Yeah. Around 6 slices. Hope you guys are having fun. I'm not boring you guys, right? It's pretty simple cooking, not for too long, so you might have to bear with me for a few more minutes. So now we are done. I'm just going to flatten this cookie a little bit. I'm sorry, cookie dough before I place my bananas there. Okay, this way. And then I'm going to take this nice chunk of banana, place it in the center, and give a push. See this? My mouth is watering now, I guess. Why am I doing this? Nice chunk of banana in the center. And peanuts are for me to garnish, so I'm going to keep this aside. And we didn't forget sea salt, yes. We will be adding sea salt now. Okay? Because on top of your cookie, when you have these sea salt sprinkled, it It really balances. The first thing that you're going to be getting in your mouth is a little bit of saltiness from the cookie, and then it just balances off with the sweetness of the bananas. Don't worry, this cookie is not going to be too sweet, and that's one reason why I used chocolate and cocoa powder here, because it's going to balance out the sweetness also. And there's no harm in using chocolate flavor. Amazing. Don't bother my extra yarn and routine. I just get super excited when I bake things that I really like. Especially this. Okay, now this is ready, guys. You see this? I'm going to slaughter it so it's easy for you to see. Like I told, if in case you don't have rings, you can just skip rings. If you don't have a silicone mat, you could use a parchment paper and then put this over there. Now let's talk about the oven, okay? This is an OTG, a Murphy Richards 52 liters. That's the size that I have here. I have preheated the oven to 170 degrees, okay? 170 degrees is what I would really love to bake the cookie at. I have preheated it already. It should take about 10 minutes for me to bake. I'm going to be putting it somewhere in the middle rack. Okay. And then that should take around 10 minutes to bake. I'm going to have this taken from here. I have some peanut butter in a piping bag. I'm going to use this to pipe and garnish the cookie. But you don't think, oh my god, this guy is complicating it too much by garnishing a cookie. Actually, it does. Why not? Why don't we deserve a nice, well garnished, plated cookie from home, right? There's no harm, there's nothing wrong with it, right? So, now, basically now what we're going to be doing is just wait for the cookie to happen. And meanwhile, maybe I can explain you the ingredients once again and the process on how we made this cookie happen. First thing is butter. I used unsalted butter. You could use any brands, guys. Any, I don't want to be naming the brands now, but any brands unsalted, but remember it should be soft. Unsalted, soft butter. Okay? In terms of sugars, I would really not recommend you to use a granulated sugar. Basically, granulated sugar is something that you will get from, you will have at your home pantry always, right? Most of the times we might not have a refined sugar, but granulated sugar takes a lot of time to dissolve in the cookie batter or the cake batter. So what happens is when you're eating a cake or a cookie, you have chunks of sugar that's coming in. So you might really not enjoy eating sugar as it is, right? So caster sugar and brown sugar. Brown sugar, I told you the whole point of me using brown sugar is basically refined sugar but with added molasses in it. It gives you a nice malty flavor. It doesn't make your sugars too sweet. Why you're using sugar is first of all sweetness, and the next thing is gives structure to my cookie, right? So I've seen some of them, what they do is they end up creaming the sugar for too long, and I've seen some of them don't end up creaming. They just add the sugar, mix it up and start. You could do either way. I'm going to tell you what happens when you cream it for too long, what happens when you don't cream it for too long, especially the sugars. So some of them enjoy their cookies to be crunchy, nice crunch texture. I like my cookies to be a little on a chewier side, soft cookies. That's something that I really like to eat. So I've creamed it for a longer time. But in case if you like crispy cookie, you could just do not cream it at all. Just mix it using a spatula and you still can get it. But the texture of the cookie will be a little more on a drier side. Okay? Because basically sugars, when it gets baked, it's going to caramelize and it gives you the texture of the cookie. It adds on to the texture of the cookie. So that's sugars. Honey, I told you what honey does. You could use any organic honey or any honey that you have at home. It makes my cookie towards a very chewier texture. It adds a lot of moisture to the cookie. And in terms of flavor also, banana honey goes really well, right? I've seen anywhere there's a banana dessert or a waffle or anything, I see honey just piling over on top. You could, if you want to replace honey with anything, maybe you could try maple syrup. Maple syrup is also a good option. It balances out the flavor really, really well. And then what else did we have? Peanut butter. I told you, in place of peanut butter, if you have 100% peanut paste that you make at home, go ahead. Any other nut paste, for example, almond paste. Say I think in the supermarket you get a lot of nut butters now, like almond butter, hazelnut butter. You could replace the peanut butter with anything. Okay, I love peanut butter a lot, so I use peanut butter. But you could replace the peanut butter with anything else, hazelnut, almonds. I told you walnuts are going to be a little towards the oilier side. You could use pecan nuts also. Pecan nuts, I mean, it's a little expensive, but if you have a lot of money, then why not invest in some pecan nuts? So pecan nut paste, you could use that. What I'm going to do is cream all of these together with some bananas. Okay. So in this recipe, if in case you want to make egg, say I'm okay to eat eggs and I don't like bananas, you can just skip the bananas out of the recipe and replace it with eggs, whole eggs. So it ends up becoming like a nice peanut butter chocolate cookie or almond butter chocolate cookie, right? So this is only if in case you don't like bananas. Bananas are nice things. You should try it the first time at least with bananas, right? I told you about avocados also. You can replace the bananas with avocado, but make sure it's really better. But do not try and replace bananas with any other fruits. For example, guavas. Guavas and bananas, the texture is not the same. Watermelon, no chance. It has a lot of water content. You're going to have a very, very not a nice cookie. Mangoes, no chance. Mangoes is nice fruit. I love mangoes when it's just as mangoes. I don't like mangoes when it's in a pulp, when you try to make something else out of mangoes. I really don't enjoy. So I prefer mangoes as mangoes. So don't replace with mangoes. Berry has a lot of fruit content again. Water content again, so it might add on. Bananas and avocados have similar textures. So any other fruit, I'm not able to think of any other fruit at this point in time. But if it's any other fruit, you could having a similar texture, you could do something. Okay. Coming to the dry ingredients, there's flour, which is your maida. If in case you don't like maida and you want to use, I want to be a little bit more on the healthier side. I want to take this cookie towards a little on the healthier side. You could use any other flours. For example, whole wheat flour. You could actually use a little bit of whole wheat flour, either 50% of maida, 50% of whole wheat, or you could use 100% whole wheat. But remember, your cookie is going to be on a little denser side. Okay, because maida is going to make it more softer in texture. But when you're using whole wheat, it will be a little on the denser side. You could use oat flour. Oat bran, just powder it inside the mixie and you're going to get an oat flour. You could use oat flour. You could use any other brand flour. You could use ragi. Okay, if you have some any healthy flour, say rye. I'm just giving you options. With the flour, you could balance it out with all of this. When it comes to nut flour, in the recipe there is some peanut flour. Since I'm making a peanut cookie, I have used a peanut flour. If you're making an almond cookie, take some almonds, put it inside the mixie, blitz it, make a powder of it, use almond flour. If you're making with hazelnuts powder. So like that. Cashew you could use, but cashew doesn't go really well with bananas, I think. But you could also use. I don't recommend it very much. So use any of these flours. Hazelnut, almond, peanut. Any of these three. Okay? And just toasted peanuts which went into the dough. Like I told you, you could replace this with chunks of almond nibs or hazelnut nibs, peanuts, or even walnuts for that matter. Walnuts are fine when it's nuts, but when you make a powder of it, it releases too much oils. Okay, so you could do that. The chocolate that I'm using here is 55% dark chocolate. I told you could replace the dark chocolate with milk chocolate also, but it will make your cookie a little bit more on the sweeter side. So you could do that. If in case you have a chocolate that's higher in percentage, so 80%, go ahead and use it, just blindly use it. If it's a slab, not a worry, just chop it up, make it smaller chunks and just mix it. It makes your cookie nice and rustic. but don't use a white chocolate. Milk chocolate or dark chocolate is fine. So what I did is with the dry ingredients, I just mixed up a little bit and then I folded up the dry ingredients. And then I made a cookie dough. I told you this cookie dough is better if it's refrigerated. You could refrigerate it and keep it for however long and then bake it as portions. I have done 50 gram portions, but if you want to be eating a lot of these cookies or you have a lot more guests coming home, you can make smaller portions starting from 20 grams. Okay, but the baking time would differ. At this point in time, I'm baking it in an OTG. It's a Murphy Richards 52 liters OTG. Any other brand also works in the middle rack. Okay, not too much towards the top or the bottom, in the middle rack. And I've used a tray from the OTG itself. I put a silicone mat because I had one, but if in case you have a parchment paper, go ahead. Butter paper also is fine. Butter paper also works. So I packed the cookie, 50 gram portions, and then I had a chunk of banana. I told you that I really like cookie with the center, either center filled or since it's a banana cookie, I want to show the bananas out. I know that it is already there in the recipe, but I like it when the bananas caramelize it, and when you're eating, it feels like you're eating a fresh cookie also. So I put a chunk of banana, which is coated in custard sugar, because the sugars will start caramelizing and will give a nice flavor also. So I put it to bake 170. It's got to be 10 minutes. I think I spoke enough. Not 10 minutes. I've again explained. You see, such a nice chef I am. I'm just gonna have a look at this. I think it just needs a little bit more time. With 170 guys, 170 is something that I really like to bake it at. You could bake your cookies at a high temperature also, but the textures, the bottom and the top of the cookie ends up becoming too dry. 170 you can retain the moisture of the cookie also. Okay, so that's about it. So now it's nothing else. I'm just going to wait for the cookie to come out, and I'm going to start garnishing the cookie with some peanuts and peanut butter. Okay. Take this out, place it here. You see this? I want to show you this. You see the bananas on the top. The sugar that we sprinkled on top or we coated the bananas with is already caramelized. So this is something that I really like. And one more thing that you need to remember is to remove the rings when it's warm. If in case you're using rings, make sure you remove them when the tray is just warm and nice. Okay? Because otherwise going to disturb. As it cools, it might be a little difficult for you to demold. So when it's nice and warm, just remove. You see this? Now all the cookies look exactly the same. This is one reason why I prefer to put with the rings. Okay, cool, super. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first move this out of my hot tray because I feel I want it to cool down a little more faster because it will be ready for me to garnish. So I take the hot tray and now I'm going to be putting on a cold marble slab so it can cool down a little bit more faster. Okay, so I have plates here. I mean these are just acrylic white plates. You could use any plates that is available from home. You see this? With a palette knife, I'm just going to neatly take it. If you don't have one at home, you could use any other knife. If you have a blunt knife, please use a blunt knife. Blunt knife works really better. So now, I have the things ready for me to garnish. Actually, you know what? I will garnish it on the mat and then I would move it to the plate. I think that's a better idea to do. Since you don't need any of your fingerprints on the plate, give a nice wipe. Now, I think the cookie is kind of cool. It's not hot anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start garnishing. I have some peanut butter in there in a piping bag. I'm going to pipe a nice round of peanut butter around the cookie. Just rustic, as rustic as it can get. If you have a hazelnut paste, go ahead and do that. You don't have to get even rounds, guys. I'm gonna keep it a little gourmet style. Okay. And then now, you see this? Now it's not melting because the cookie is kind of cooled down. That's the reason I placed it on the marble slab, so it can cool down faster. If it's warm and you're piping peanut butter, there are chances where it can melt. Okay, so just remember that. So now I have some chunks of peanut. What I'm going to do is just put them over this way, just as a nice garnish. I think about 3 should be good enough, because remember your cookie also has nuts. This is just kind of taking your cookie to a little next level, guys. And all of this you can do only if you're patient, right? If not, it's ready for you to straight away start digging in your cookie. Okay. Super. That looks good enough for me. Now, what I want to do is I want to dust some snow sugar. Snow sugar, if you don't have snow sugar, you can use powdered sugar. You see this too? It's nice, right? One of my friends gifted me this. It's a nice seal. You can use this only to like dust things. Okay, so I'm going to be dusting some snow sugar. Very little. Just to bring the color in. Remember, don't put too much because you don't want to make your cookie way too sweet also, right? Okay, so now that looks done. I'm going to start transferring it onto the plate for now, and then I'm going to have one also with me. Second one. I need a pastry brush also, a smaller one. So with all of this, I'm going to move the mat away from me. Clean up your table. Next thing is pastry brush is just in case you have some stuff on the plate. Instead of using your fingers, you can just use a dry brush and just push it out. Okay. So now look at this, guys. Now you don't have to see me in the video. All you need to do is just look at this cookie, right? Looks nice, right? I'm sure it tastes very, very delicious. So I hope you guys have baked along with me this wonderful dark chocolate banana and peanut butter cookie. And I would want to taste the cookie also. Actually, my mouth's watering, guys. I think rather me talking too much, it's at the right temperature for me to eat the cookie now. Okay, because like I told you, I like my cookies when it's moist, soft and chewy. I don't prefer cookies when it's too crunchy. It's just my preference. So if that needs to be there, I need to eat it right now. Okay, so yes, let's go and eat this cookie. When I say eat this cookie, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically explore the texture of this cookie. I'm going to break it open, see the textures inside, eat, and I'm going to be very, very honest on how this cookie is. So, okay, we go to countdown. No, not so much patient. Anyways, I don't like to use a knife or anything for eating a cookie. It's just better when you just bite it. But I want to show you how the texture looks inside. For that, it would be great if I get a knife, so I can show you. Yeah, I think I have one here. I can show you texture. But remember, guys, cookies with a knife, not a good idea. Just want to show you the texture on how exactly it looks. You see, it's soft. It's more like a, you can call it like a cakey cookie, if that sounds fine. Okay, now you see this. Whoa. Guys, doesn't this look amazing? Like, I don't even have to eat it to tell you that it's delicious. Look at this. Look at the bananas that's baked. You see this chocolate that's here. Cookie is nice and moist. Oh my god, guys. Look at this. Now look at me eating this. Okay, I'm gonna do this, guys. It's super delicious, guys. Trust me. These peanuts in between are adding so much of texture. I took the piece with the bananas. Peanut butter and the sea salt that's on top is balancing out the sweetness. It's giving me a little bit of salty flavor there. It's very, very nice. Okay, I'm very, very happy. But before I give you more information, I just want to finish things that's in my mouth. Ready? Awesome. Awesome. Tables clean, back to normal, like you have done nothing. Okay, so now it's too delicious. I'm not even kidding. I hope you guys have baked this along with me from wherever you are, whichever part of the country. I mean, the best part of this masterclass or World of the Plate going live is this. It's priceless. Like anybody, anywhere, whichever part of the country, whichever part of the world, we could bake this together. That's something really exciting. Before I say bye, I really want to talk to you about a few more details, which I mentioned it earlier, right? So we need to remember that this bake along was for a cause. It is basically a fundraising event for World Hunger Warriors, right? It's basically a food charity event, and they have been doing an incredible job by feeding a lot of people, especially the migrant laborers and the poor, every day on the streets, right? So this bake along is mainly for them. Okay, so let's not forget the cause as we're eating the cookie. Right? And in terms of the ingredients and the making style of the cookie, I think I have done a good job. So you can clap for me from wherever you want, actually. And a big clap for you guys also for baking along with me. Okay, and any questions regarding this, any questions regarding the cookie, the style of making, or anything else, guys, it can be making. Please join the World of the Plate Instagram for any questions regarding this cookie. I would really be happy to keep answering your questions also. Okay, any sort of questions you could do that. We can have a nice interactive Q&A based on this cookie. Only on this cookie. You can't ask me a lot more questions. Just kidding. That's about it, guys. I need to thank World on the Plate for giving me this opportunity to be doing this live with you all in baking something that I really love the most. I really like dark chocolate banana peanut butter cookies. So I want you guys to try it at home. Any other time also, make sure you feed this to your guests, and I'm sure they're going to be happy about it. Okay? Thank you. Have a good day. Stay blessed. Stay safe.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
And there are plenty of master classes, 28 master classes in this session, at this festival. It's all free. The industry has come together for charity, and all you guys can, just go and do a bit of contribution, because it's going to go a long way. So while we wait for Sachin, absolutely need to thank all the chefs who've been a part of this beautiful journey. The world, I was at the truck in the morning. The World Hunger Warriors are doing an excellent job. They've almost fed 500,000 people. Like the main cause of all of this, which we really started off, was because that you and me are at home. We get a meal, we get amazing food, like what we are doing right now. Chefs cooking for you. You guys are enjoying that meal. I'm sure you're sharing it with your loved ones. But at the same time, there are people who don't even get one single meal. So I just want you guys to know that it is very, very important that you have to do a bit of charity. Charity is a critical part of everybody's life. While we wait for Sachin, I've obviously got about 7 questions. I don't know if we can take more, but if you guys have questions, you can just keep putting it. It was a very interesting masterclass. I mean, I see a lot of these bakers putting up some amazing questions. I mean, bringing out a lot of people, a lot of your audiences asking questions. So tomorrow the lineup is heavy. We start off with Vicky Ratnani in the morning. Before that, a wonderful coffee session with Geetu. Then we've got Paul Kinney, the executive. I think he's the food F&B, the director of food at the St. Regis. We obviously have Sebastian Simon, my dear friend, all the way from Melbourne. So we go and see a Melbourne home. And then we've got Colibri. We go all the way to Mexico to see a Mexican home. And then we come back to India all the way to see our very own Ranveer Brar cook up a storm. So we've just set a target. There's something exciting that's going to happen just after this class. We've set ourselves, the 2 chefs, in our 2 of the chefs have got together and they've set up a big target for the donation. It is we are at about 4 lakh 400,000. So we need to push it to minimum. We want to achieve a million rupees by the end of the project. So I want each one of you to go contribute, even 100 rupees.
And my friend, where are you? Where are you? There are lots of people waiting for you. Where are you? My friend.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sachin.
Hi, Kiran. How are you?
Good to see you. You're so soft, man. That's such a stunning master class. You have a lot of questions to answer today. Thank you for that beautiful master.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thought I had answered pretty much all the questions in the class itself.
So the reason why there are many questions is because your master class has been good. When there are lots of questions, we like it. Because that means people are watching, people have missed something. And mind you, the World on a Plate is going live to many people around the world, not only in India, right, for the first time. So we've got, people logging on from all over the world, from places like Russia, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Australia. So there are questions from everywhere. So let me quickly finish the questions off before we quickly have a chat, and then there's obviously I have another conversation with AD Singh just after this. So the first one is there an alternative to banana? I think
Yes. You could use avocado. I had mentioned in the video itself. You could use avocado instead of banana for this recipe. It works really well.
Okay. Oh, okay. So basically, instead of banana, you can actually do avocado, is it?
Yes. Any other fruit which is pulpy also. But I think with chocolate, maybe an avocado or a banana is a great option.
Amazing. So for all those who are logging on, this stream is also going to the website. So these are questions which are on the website. So answers are, such that answers are coming from there. So the second question, can refined flour be replaced with normal wheat flour? Second question.
Of course, we could replace even the entire amount because the cookie is super moist. So I don't think it should harm, but the texture would be much better if you do a 50% refined flour and 50% whole wheat. But you could actually do 100% also. It works, and it should be good. It should be great.
Amazing. So in case it doesn't work out great, they'll tag you and. Of course, this is a irrelevant question. The fourth one, the leftover cookie dough can be stored. Is it true?
Of course.
How long?
Any cookie doughs, for that matter, can be stored for close to a month in the refrigerator.
Okay, that's lovely. Good to know. What is the ratio of replacement of egg with a banana? Is there a replacement for avocado? That's I think.
Yeah.
One of the guys who. No, but what is the ratio? Is there exactly the same amount?
Yeah, you could replace it exactly because the texture of bananas and avocado is pretty much close. So you could replace it completely.
Okay, lovely. What is the baking temperature time in an oven with a fan?
170.
170 with a fan.
Yeah, even if you have a fan, if there is no fan, don't worry, 170 should be good.
Are both the rods on in the oven? That's the last one.
Yes, always guys. I get this question pretty much often, but anytime, whenever I bake things, in an OTG, both the rods on, and that's one reason why I baked it in an OTG, because I know most of the people who are going to watch this, I really want them to try this from wherever they are, and I'm sure they don't have an industrial oven at home. So an OTG is why, that's the reason I used an OTG. So 2 rods, middle right.
Philips has an amazing OTG. They're one of our sponsors. Guys, go and contribute. Rather buy, because even their contribution of all the gifts you guys are winning is Philips. So we should support who's supporting us. So Sachin, I've met you many times,
but I've really not asked you, why did you become a chef and what is the passion behind your journey of being a chef? And then I'm going to ask you one more question before I say bye-bye to you and come and catch up with you later. Yeah.
This question has a very big story, and we don't have much time.
Okay.
But,
so give us a brief in 1 minute.
in 1 minute, maybe. Actually, I didn't have a plan to become a chef. Just it was through my family. They wanted me to get into becoming a chef. So that's how it started. Joined in Christ University, your junior.
Oh yeah, I know. Proud moment.
Exactly.
Lots of Christites are watching as well. That's amazing.
Yes, crazy. So,
but it's the first time a family has asked you to become a chef. That's amazing. Because normally a family will say become a doctor or an engineer or something like that.
No,
Right?
they know me. They know me pretty well because I'm very bad at maths and science. So they figured out a line that I could at least survive through.
You're baking, boss. You better be good at maths.
Now 100%. Now I understand. Now I understand the practicalities. It's much more easier than books, right? So I'm enjoying now.
Awesome, beautiful. So it's a pleasure that we've had you on the platform, and then thank you for your contribution. Just that contribution of spending time 2 hours just to put the video together. The love which you've given us is, I should say, thank you, and keep doing what you're doing. You're going to be a superstar, and thank you for everything. And we'll see you soon on the other side. And for those who are logged on, Sachin, thank you. I'm going to catch up with you soon. I have another interview just after this. I think you've answered all the questions. You really, you want to say something, one, before you leave, to the people who are being inspired looking at your video, because this whole story of World on the Plate Goes Live is to inspire people, because it's the pandemic.
First of all, thank you, Kiran, for this opportunity. Thank you, World on a Plate. Thank you for all the people who are watching this, who watched my live of the cookie. But what I want to say, nothing. Just bake more often. Make my cookie. Let me know how it tastes. That's pretty much.
Absolutely. So you don't seem to be phased by a pandemic. So I'm really excited to see that people like you with more positive attitude are the chefs who are watching you are inspired by you, and they go back and do what they do best. Thank you so much, and then we'll catch up soon. However, the live is not over. We're going to have a very special guest, AD Singh, who's been one of the pioneers of the restaurant industry, and he's joining us soon. I will let you go and do your baking, Sachin, and at the same time the customers can stay back. So thank you, Sachin. Anyway, and second time, can I?
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you. So we've got we've got a bit of we're just waiting for AD Singh, someone who's inspired the whole restaurant industry to come together, and we're just waiting for him. He's pretty much set up every other restaurant in this country, the most popular restaurants, the Olive Group. Many of them are on World on the Plate today. The whole industry looks up to him, including us. And his 2 bits on this live would really be great, because many inspiring people are inspired by him, chefs, people, entrepreneurs who are absolutely going through the worst phase of their lives because of the pandemic, and we thought we'll have him on board to have a quick conversation with us. So while we wait for him to just log on, the last day of World on the Plate Goes Live for the very first time, and we are kind of looking at many master classes online. We are maybe one sec. I think you should call him and tell him to come online. Maybe he's does he know to be online at world_on_a_plate? Please select. So yeah, so guys, for those who are just logging in, World on a Plate goes live for the very first time. All of this is happening on www.worldonaplate.in. This is going live out there, and apart from that, all you need to know is that the next masterclass is by Saransh Goela, the butter chicken man who's taken butter chicken to the world. He's the judge on MasterChef Australia, only Indian judge to be in MasterChef Australia, and he's going to do an amazing masterclass with the mutton, Sindhi mutton, so tomorrow is also a star-studded line. We've got Vicky Ratnani, we've got Paul Kinney, we've got Colibri Jimenez from Mexico, we ended up with Ranveer Brar, and so for the whole Sunday is going to be power packed. Just go and watch. Bring in your DIY kits. There are DIY kits available on Swiggy, and just go and watch, and then you can absolutely cook along with us and enjoy this whole weekend together. And of course, all of this is for the cause of charity. The World Hunger Warriors have fed over 500,000 people, and they want to keep feeding more. And then we will, we want you guys to go ahead and start, donating. Every single penny matters. At 10, even a 10 rupee, rupee 10 is nothing for anybody. We can afford that. Any amount of money works, because these guys have been feeding amazingly to all the people who are in need. And like I said, India is 100 on the hunger index, and 100 is a really, a number which is absolutely not a great number to talk about. We are behind Nepal, behind even Pakistan. So the nutrition value is so bad. So I'm saying that, guys, go and support people who are who are really in need of this this initiative. So going back to what has happened at the moment, I'm just waiting for AD Singh to join along. As soon as he comes, we're gonna start this conversation. I think the internet is so bad everywhere, as you guys know. So people take some time to get online. So coming back to the kind of things which have been happening at World on a Plate, apart from the masterclass, we've got the top 31 restaurants creating signature dishes for each one of you all. You can order, online through Swiggy, and all you can do is just click the link. There's a link down on the WOAP, the website. There are signature dishes created by them. So you can just go order. Apart from that, of course, the World Hunger Warriors are fighting the battle on the ground. They're taking it on the ground. They're creating these they're risking their lives on the ground, creating this basic. Just 1 second till we kind of log on. Can you just give us a second, please? Okay, so I think without further ado, I would. 1 second. We're just logging on. We're going online. Just waiting for him. One moment, guys. Thank you for being so patient and kind. Your love means a lot to us. Absolutely amazing to see so many people, loving what we're doing, and it's coming. The love is coming from around the world. Like I said, we are 100 on the World Hunger Index, and so I'm just gonna, maybe catch up with you guys in the next, just after the next masterclass, because we're just gonna wait for
Mr. A.D. Singh for the next few minutes and then dial in for the next time. So, like I said, just before we go, mentions Philips Appliances, our sponsors are, they've always been with us from the beginning to right now. We have to mention Swiggy, Swiggy Genie, the DIY. We've made your life really easy. All you need to do is just go and order, and it comes to your home, and you just watch the video, cook along with the chef. So we are encouraging people to cook along with the chefs, and that is the idea of World on a Plate. And all of this for the cause of hunger. And so we still wait while we still wait for Mr. A.D. Singh to join us. We are. So one more important thing, we've gone ahead and we've said that we are going to have a million rupees collected during the season. We are at 400,000. All you guys have to do is absolutely make sure that you guys are contributing. You have to make sure that you guys are being generous enough, because it takes nothing to just contribute and feed people who are really, really hungry. And India, like I said, is 100 on the World Hunger Index. So we had an amazing conversation with, yesterday we had Jock Confrilo, the judge and master chef Australia, the present season, and what a gentleman he was. And for sure, he'll be one of the first guys to visit India at World on a Plate. Apart from that, we spoke to our very own Manish Malhotra in all our conversation series. Manish runs Indian Accent, and he is one of the pioneers of pioneer chefs in our industry. Thanks.
AD to come, and hi Simon, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for logging on. I hope you've been watching these master classes. Lots of love coming from India. Your cauliflower dish was amazing. Lots of people were talking about it and tagging, and there was a lot of buzz around how you created a beautiful dish out of the humble We'll do it later. So guys, the news is that AD is in really bad network, so we're going to catch up with him during the course of the day, this evening or tomorrow. So those who've logged in, thank you so much for logging in. We're going to go on to the next masterclass with Ranveer Brar, and we'll
आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Wow, it's the end, coming to the end of Saturday. We've actually gone 4 days, and I never knew that compuring is such a tough job. Kudos to the guys who compure so much. Lovely guys. Sachin, I loved your cookie, and it's the perfect cookie during tea, and I hope many of you fed your children, your family with this beautiful cookie, and I was excited to see it. I'm definitely going to run into Lavon and get this for myself when I have the chance to do it. AD Singh, respect to what you do. Thank you for coming online. It was just beautiful to have you. We give you such little notice and you guys make it. Thank you so much, and thanks for being kind on that. So talking about the pandemic, I'm going to talk about my personal experience. So last 5 years, World on a Plate, we've done a bit of charity every time we've gone out. I mean, we've done World on a Plate, but the pandemic hit us on the 23rd. I think we started a lockdown. It hit us way long before, but we realized it a little later. 23rd onwards, India went into lockdown. We got on the ground 25th, and I've been really lucky to serve over 100 days with the World Hunger Warriors, and it's been an amazing experience for me. It really gives me joy when you go on the ground to serve these people who don't have anything, while we have everything sitting in our comfort of our home. And that's why we decided that today World on a Plate has to dedicate everything, their resources, the people are behind it, to do this bit, to get people together, the industry together for the cause. And I trust me that you have to go back and do your little bit of contribution, because there's nothing more than the joy of giving. And I've experienced it, and I definitely want to see you guys go there and give and do your bit. Tomorrow is a very, very bright day, Sunday. Amazing master classes. We've got Ranveer Brar, Colibri Jimenez, Vicky Ratnani, some of my favorite chefs cooking up a storm. DIY kits are available. You guys can go and get those DIY kits. Please note, each of the revenue which is coming into World on a Plate is going for the cause. And you are going to enjoy each of these little goodies, which is what we've created for you. And that's what the speciality of this time's World on a Plate is. I really want to end this note with something special. I truly believe there is a rainbow after the storm, and I see a rainbow coming our way. We are going to make it soon. We are going to get out of this bad situation which we are in and make it through this storm. Of course, The last but not the least is my special friend who's doing a masterclass, Saransh Goyla, the only chef who's appeared as a judge on MasterChef Australia. What a privilege. Amazing guy, absolutely talented, taken butter chicken to the world. And today he's going to do a special dish which I'm looking forward to see. Of course, he's using his Sindhi pedigree to create some amazing recipes. So I'm looking forward to go see his recipe, and maybe if I get access to the kitchen, I'll cook along at the in the JW Marriott kitchen. Then I'm going to say bye-bye today and see you tomorrow. We're going to have an amazing Sunday together. See you then.
Hello guys, how are you doing? First of all you lovely people who agreed to hold on a plate online and have got those DIY kits at home and are cooking live with me today. A big thank you, a big thumbs up for partnering with us in this great cause. World Hunger Warriors is setting up their own soup kitchen, and they've already fed more than 500,000 people, and the ambition is to go and keep increasing the number. So all the money that you spend getting these DIY kits, you get to eat great food, you get to cook today's special recipe, and you're participating in a good cause. So high five to all of you, and thank you again for joining in. और मैं अपना इंट्रोडक्शन मेरे ख्याल से मेरी की जरूरत है नहीं, क्योंकि अगर आप सब लोग यहाँ आए हैं, you might know my name is Saransh, and today we are doing a house special recipe by me. My mom is a Sindhi, तो हम लोग सिंधी मटन बना रहे हैं, and with that we are making भुगे हुए चावल. सिंधी मटन को हम लोग बोलते हैं तीवण. तीवण का मतलब होता है it's mutton. That's what it means, the word itself. And Sindhi mutton is very, very, very special क्योंकि onions को भुना जाता है, भुनोइंग. It comes to Sindhi mutton, and जो भुगे हुए चावल होते हैं उसमें caramelized onion का खूब सारा अच्छा सा flavor होता है. So, should we start? Everybody, can you guys see me? Raise your hands. Should we start? Great. Now that I can see a lot of hands raising, let's start this. This is kind of interesting because live खाना बना रहा हूँ, so all हमें कुछ गलती हो गई किचन में सब माफ है. In live, things can go wrong at your end and at my end as well. So without spending too much time, let's start our recipe. So चालू करते हैं. First thing, रेसिपी मैंने instructions दिए थे आप लोगों को कि मटन जो है मैरिनेट करके रखना है, वरना तो हम ये क्लास चालू ही नहीं कर सकते आज. So what I have done is my Sindhi mutton has been marinated. A closer look for you guys. ये मटन को मैंने जिंजर गार्लिक, दही, जैसे रेसिपी दी थी, जिंजर गार्लिक, दही, कोरिएंडर पाउडर, हल्दी, नमक, and yeah, that's about it. And coriander powder. Did I say that? Ginger garlic, haldi powder, dhania powder, namak, dahi. These are the things that we have marinated our meat in for 2 hours. That's how you will get it slightly more and flavorful as well. And my WhatsApp is on. Why is my WhatsApp on? Let's shut it. So perfect. So guys, I have the mutton here marinated. I hope you have your mutton marinated. अगर आपने चावल नहीं भिगोए हैं, you can right away soak your rice. I've also soaked 1 cup of rice in water. So कुछ नहीं किया है. It's washed and cleaned and soaked rice, as you guys can see, right? तो ठीक है. तो चावल soak कर लिए हैं, मटन हमने marinate किया है, and it's time to not waste any time. It's time to start the recipe. So guys, more on a plate का ऑनलाइन एडिशन चालू करते हैं. सिंधी मटन तीवण की First thing that you guys have to do, and you can see I've set up my kitchen very specially, and my laptop from where you're viewing me is actually in my cabinet where all my cutlery, crockery is there. Should I give you a glimpse? You're sitting right next to saucer, bowl, and plates. Well, that's the world we live in. It's the new world, and we're all adjusting to it, right? And I'm also adjusting to it. So I find cool places to place my laptop. So सबसे पहले आप लोग गैस चालू करेंगे, but obviously, and why am I taking a handi? Actually, हांडी की जरूरत तब पड़ती है जब आप मटन को दम पे पका रहे हो 2 घंटे. बट यू एंड मी, वी डोंट हैव मोर देन 40-45 मिनट्स टुडे, तो मैं कुकर में इसको पकाऊंगा. बट इफ यू हैव द टाइम, नेक्स्ट टाइम यू वांट टू कुक इट ऑन स्लो फायर, दम में नहीं पकाएंगे. सो दैट टेक्स अबाउट 60 to 90 मिनट्स डिपेंडिंग ऑन द क्वालिटी ऑफ मटन जो आपके पास है. एंड बिकॉज वी आर कुकिंग टुगेदर टुडे, हम प्रेशर कुकर में बना रहे हैं आज मटन को, सो इट बी फास्टर. दैट्स द ओनली रीजन वी आर डूइंग इट. तो सबसे पहले इसमें हम लोग डालेंगे सरसों का तेल. सरसों का तेल अच्छी क्वांटिटी में जाएगा, क्योंकि प्याज को ऐसे प्यार से भूनना है कि इट विल टर्न नाइस डार्क ब्राउन, नॉट गोल्डन ब्राउन इन दिस केस. इसमें आप डालेंगे 2 बड़े चम्मच सरसों के तेल के. So I am adding 2 big spoons of mustard oil. And why are 2 big spoons important? क्योंकि onions को अच्छी तरीके से भूनना है. So it should not happen कि आपके प्याज जो है तेल पूरा सोख कर ले and then they start to burn or they start to stick to the bottom of this cooker. तो कुकर है तो एक बड़ा सा फ्लैट स्पैचुला लें. पर अभी इसमें हम मसाले नहीं डालेंगे. What's the first rule of सरसों का तेल? क्योंकि बहुत पंजेंट होता है, बहुत शार्प होता है. We let it burn, we let it smoke up, and that's when you add your onions and खड़ा मसाला to it. उससे क्या होता है कि सरसों के तेल की पंजेंसी जो है वो कम हो जाती है. My सरसों का तेल is heating up. आप लोगों का भी गर्म हो ही रहा होगा. So let me see, is everybody's oil in the pan, in the cooker? And I hope आपका भी सरसों का तेल उछल रहा हो. काफी सारे लोग मुझे पूछ रहे हैं कि सरसों के तेल के अलावा कोई और तेल इस्तेमाल करें, तो यू कैन यूज घी इफ यू वुड लाइक, बट नॉर्मल ऑयल एंड सरसों के तेल में बहुत फर्क होता है. मटन में बहुत फर्क आएगा टेस्ट में. आई वुड से अगर सरसों का तेल मिल सकता है तो सरसों का तेल ही यूज कीजिए. नेक्स्ट स्टेप इज लेट्स कीप आवर स्पाइसेस रेडी. सो आई हैव अबाउट 2 to 3 bay leaves, यानी कि तेज पत्ता. मेरे पास इलायची बोल रहा हूँ, दालचीनी है, 1 लंबी स्टिक या 2 छोटी स्टिक. एंड आई हैव अबाउट आई एम टेकिंग अबाउट 6 to 7 cloves, यानी कि लौंग. आई थिंक ये सब इंग्रेडिएंट्स आपके पास है, बट आई स्टिल वांट टू शो इट टू यू गाइस टू अवॉइड एनी कंफ्यूजन. फिर ये ना हो कि मैंने बताया नहीं आप लोगों को. ये एक बड़ी इलायची, दैट्स इट. और ये हमारा सरसों का तेल जो है, इट्स रियली रियली हॉट. आपको दिख नहीं रहा है, बट आई कैन सी दैट द ऑयल इज ऑलमोस्ट रीचिंग अ स्मोकिंग पॉइंट. But you guys will be able to see in your pan. You will actually see fumes coming out of your oil, and that's when you know that it is super hot. And if I look at it closely, don't go inside the cooker. I can look at it from here from a distance that smoking हो रहा है. तो अब क्या करेंगे, गैस को धीमी आंच पे कर देंगे. Very important. Keep it on low flame and add all the 4 खड़ा मसालास in. लौंग, बड़ी इलायची, दालचीनी, तेज पत्ता, चारों मैंने डाल दिए. फूट रहे हैं. And this is the right stage for me to add onions. Onions फ्रिज में से लेके आता हूँ मैं onions. Just wait there guys. मैंने उनको चॉप करके रखा था. onions खूब सारे जाते हैं. Do not be कंजूस. अगर मैंने आपको 5 प्याज बोला है, पूरे 5 प्याज जाएंगे इसमें, ठीक है? ओके. और बारीक कटे हुए हैं, डाल देते हैं.
Onions have gone in, guys. Onions डाल दो अपने, क्योंकि तेल गर्मा गर्म है, प्याज जल्दी जल्दी भुनेगा। खड़े मसाले की खुशबू आ रही है किचन में, फैंटास्टिक राइट। एंड अब आप गैस को वापस मीडियम हाई पे ले आए, so the प्याज कैन भुनो नाइसली। वी हैड रिड्यूस्ड इट ताकि खड़े मसाले जले नहीं। नाउ वी हैव टेकन इट अप अगेन। तो अब हम लोग डबल हैंडेड चलेंगे। प्याज भूनने में काफी समय लगेगा, हम उसको मीडियम फ्लेम पे भून रहे हैं आराम से। और प्याज जैसे थोड़ा बहुत स्वेट करेगा आप नोटिस करेंगे। मैं आपको दिखाता हूं, मेरे प्याज का रंग जो है पिंक से हो गया है व्हाइट, राइट। नाउ दिस इज अ नाइस स्टेज फॉर अस टू ऐड शुगर एंड सॉल्ट। तो आप इसमें डालेंगे 1 टीस्पून ऑफ सॉल्ट और आप डालेंगे 1 टीस्पून ऑफ शुगर। तो नमक मैंने डाल दिया और चीनी भी डाल रहा हूं। नमक से क्या होगा, प्याज का पानी छूटेगा। चीनी से क्या होगा, प्याज कैरेमलाइज होगी। एंड दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस रेसिपी। हम चाहते हैं प्याज का रंग बढ़िया हो, हम चाहते हैं कि वो अच्छे तरीके से भुने। भुना हुआ मीट, सिंधियों का मीट इसलिए इतना पॉपुलर होता है, भुना हुआ होता है ढंग से, एंड दैट्स द की। तो अब प्याज यहाँ पकड़ी है, उसको हम चलाते रहेंगे। आप साइड वाली स्टोव में चालू करें, put it on, let this also heat up. Oh, there's a little fly in my kitchen. बारिश के मौसम में everything enter the kitchen, right? It's such a weather. मजा आ रहा है गोइला के साथ लाइव 1-on-1 खाना बना के। I am really having fun, guys. In fact, if only I had a crisp, fresh beer. It's there in my fridge. Maybe towards the end of the session, we will all salute and cheer the spirit of our COVID warriors and to celebrate for this good cause that you and me have collected. तो जी प्याज भुन रहा है, हांडी हमारी कढ़ाई हो आपके पास जो भी है ले लीजिए, गर्म हो रही है। इसमें भी अब आप सरसों का तेल डालेंगे 2 चम्मच, 2 tablespoons of mustard oil. I'm going to open my window a little so this fly can leave us. And बॉम्बे में ना खूब बारिश हो रही है, the मौसम outside is awesome. प्याज अच्छे तरीके से भुन रहे हैं, यहाँ पे तेल गरम हो रहा है। ये सरसों का तेल जो हमने गरम होने के लिए डाला है, इसमें हमारा मीट यानी कि मटन भुनेगा, our marinated mutton that we had set. इसको हम लोग अच्छे तरीके से भूनेंगे उसमें जब तक जिंजर गार्लिक नहीं पक जाता, मटन सील नहीं हो जाता, एंड दिस विल सियर इन दैट पैन ऑन हाई हीट। तो आप इसको अच्छे तरीके से गर्मा गर्म तेल में डालेंगे, तो लेट इट हीट अप वेरी वेरी नाइसली। एंड आई होप आप सब लोग घर पे रह रहे हैं, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, the pandemic is not over yet, we are still in the midst of it. That's the reason that we need to as World Hunger Warriors go on this journey and feed as many people as we can. तो बहुत जरूरी है कि हम लोग ये करें, and we need to make sure that we are maintaining all the norms and to make sure COVID does not spread. तो प्याज को एक बार और चला लें। आप नोटिस करेंगे प्याज has started to get a little yellow and going towards brown, little. पर हमारा तेल वहां पे एकदम गरम हो रहा है। मटन, लेट्स पुट इट इन। पर जैसे ही आप मटन डालेंगे, गैस को कम कर दें, इसको थोड़ा साइड कर लें। क्यों? क्योंकि दही है और दही फट सकता है। तो इसको 2 सेकंड के लिए आप गैस से हटा के चलाएंगे। See how it's off the flame? I'm just going to mix it once nicely. And yes, the dahi has now become loose, kind of loose, and it phata nahi hai. It's still sort of like a raita. तो आप इसको वापस ले जाएं और अब इसको हाई पे कर प्याज। How many of you guys have been following my recipes on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube? अगर आप follow कर रहे हैं, tell me which recipes have been your favorite if you've tried any at home. But none of the recipes are as much fun, right? जब हम इकट्ठा मिलके बना रहे हैं, it's a different feeling altogether. So मटन का आप देखेंगे ginger garlic is getting released. I actually जब प्याज का थोड़ा रंग better हो जाएगा ना, I will show it to you guys so that you can follow the bhuning with me. अभी के लिए आप भूनते रहें उसको. I will exactly show you the kind of color we want, and as you can see, it's taking a lot of time to bhuno. इसमें प्याज 10 मिनट तक भूनते रहता है, और मैं जो हूँ बात करते रहता हूँ. It's a habit. The mutton is sealing away nicely, and the juices. मटन का जो फैट है वो बाहर निकल रहा है, पानी जो है दही का वो बाहर निकल रहा है. You will see that the mixture has become a little runny, and there is a lot of liquid at the bottom. Don't be afraid, it will very soon evaporate और ये गाढ़ा हो जाएगा. और मटन का जो फैट है, it will start melting, and you will see oil floating at the bottom and mutton fat floating at the bottom. That will happen. Perfect. So while this is happening, why don't we talk about some other Sindhi dishes, which are my favorite? Of course, the legendary koki is a go-to meal at our home. दाल पकवान, और साथ में हम लोग संडे को खाते हैं सिंधी कड़ी और मटर वाले चावल. Which is going to be my last meal on the planet? If I had to have a last meal, it would be Sindhi kadi or matar wale chawal. What would be your, I would want to say last meal, but if you had to eat just one dish for the rest of your life, which dish would you choose? I would choose Sindhi kadi or matar wale chawal. So इसमें हम खूब सारा प्याज डालते हैं, right? And it is reduced to a handful after bhunoing so much. And you might wonder, अरे इस ग्रेवी में बेस कहाँ से आएगा? Well, after we add the mutton और इसमें हम टमाटर डालेंगे, पानी डालेंगे, the onions will sort of add body to it. It will thicken the gravy on its own. So don't worry about that. तो हम सिंधी खाने की बात कर रहे थे. वो चदर साई भाजी मैंने बोला, कोकी बोला, सिंधी कड़ी बोला, मटन हम बना रहे हैं, दाल पकवान की बात करी, सेव बर्फी. Yes. थोड़ा सा मैरिनेट इसमें अभी भी बचा है. Why waste it? Right? सब निकाल के डाल देते हैं. Nothing should be wasted in the kitchen. Never. Okay, प्याज ने बढ़िया रंग पकड़ा है दोस्तों. आइए आपको दिखाएं प्याज का amazing color. Come on this lovely journey with me to my cooker. Look at that. काफी बढ़िया रंग लग रहा है, right? It's nice and golden. अभी थोड़ा सा और भुनेगा, about 4 to 5 minutes. Okay. 4 मिनट नहीं, एक्चुअली 2 मिनट ही और भुनेगा. 4 मिनट में तो ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट में बोल दिया 4 मिनट. You know how the chefs are, 2 मिनट और 4 मिनट और 6 मिनट और, but this should let it take about 2 more minutes. And I will get the final onion to show to you so that you don't blame me later. मैंने दिखाया नहीं, आपको दिखा रहा. So मटर अभी पक रहा है, पकते रहेगा 5 मिनट के लिए. 5 to 7 minutes is the sealing time for mutton. अभी 2 मिनट में 5 मिनट तक और सील होएगा. You know, when we teach recipes on television and on social media, कितनी जल्दी से रेसिपी खत्म हो जाती है. When you actually cook it, you realize कि कितना टाइम लगता है. Okay guys, प्याज काफी प्यार से ब्राउन हुआ है. देखिए, बहुत बढ़िया ऐसा रंग है, मतलब ओहो, दिल खुश हो गया. ठीक है, तो परफेक्ट जी. प्याज का रंग ओहो है. तो अब हम इसमें टमाटर की प्यूरी जो बना के रखी है, 2 टमाटर की प्यूरी बना के रखी है. अगर आपने नहीं बनाई है टमाटर की प्यूरी, अभी बना लीजिए. एंड लेट्स ऐड, यू कैन पुट योर प्याज ऑन द साइड, मेक द टोमेटो प्यूरी एंड ऐड. और अगर बनाई हुई है ऑलरेडी, लेट्स ऐड इट. दो टमाटर की प्यूरी. लॉकडाउन में ना मैंने बहुत खाना बनाया, इतना खाना बनाया कि मैं मतलब शेफ होने के बावजूद इतना खाना घर पे कभी नहीं बनाता. बट विद दिस लॉकडाउन आई हैव कुक्ड अ लॉट. मतलब बहुत कुकिंग करी है भाई साहब. एंड I will tell you what I have not liked while cooking in this lockdown for the last 4 months is the dishes. इतनी मेहनत लगती है, पसीने आ रहे हैं अभी. एक टिश्यू ले लेता हूँ. इतनी मेहनत लगती है खाना बनाने में. And you all might be aware, being people who love to cook, that उसके बाद जो बर्तन होते हैं ना, those बर्तन will be the end of me. मतलब अगर आपको मैंने अपना सिंक दिखा दिया ना, आप लोग डर जाओगे कि do you want to see my sink? You will be scared. Trust me. I think I should spare you content that's going to hurt your eyes. Nice. So, why are Sindhis so popular for their meat or mutton? अगर आप geography की बात करें, we've always known Sindh to be a place where people eat a lot of meat, and that's why the Sindhi meat is so popular. My mom used to be a non-vegetarian, but after the partition, when he moved or when he was in this part of partition, which is India, he chose to be a vegetarian, and that's why all our Sindhi recipes at home are vegetarian. Okay, internet connection is a little unstable. 1 second. I think you guys lost me for a second there. Well, आजकल इंटरनेट का हम इतना कंजम्पशन करते हैं, connection keeps coming and going, so do not be afraid. I will not leave you guys without teaching you the master class. So, हम लोग नाना जी की बात कर रहे थे and he became a vegetarian. तो हम लोग ये रेसिपी घर पे जैक फ्रूट के साथ बनाते हैं. So we make Sindhi style कटहल. तो अगर आप चाहें, you can try this same recipe with jackfruit. Okay guys, mutton has started to beautifully steam. How is your mutton looking? Has it dried up yet? दही गाढ़ा हो जाएगा. It will reach that stage. Tomato has started to bhuno. It's on high flame. The tomato and the mutton both are on high heat right now. इस टमाटर में अब हम डालेंगे हमारे मसाले. Very very simple, very basic मसाला. 1.5 चम्मच धनिया पाउडर डालेंगे आप, heat spoon. जीरा पाउडर 1 चम्मच डालेंगे. haldi 1/4 teaspoon. And bhuno. After you add the masala, it's very important to keep stirring. If the masala sticks to the bottom of the cooker, it might burn. So important, भूनते रहे. ये भुन रहा है, मटन भी भुन रहा है. I will get you close enough to the mutton for you to get a little look. Once it will catch some good color. Also, this kitchen that we are in is in Mumbai. ये मेरा बैचलर पैड है बम्बई नगरी में, पर वैसे मैं दिल्ली का रहने वाला हूँ. And my family, parents stay in Delhi. In fact, I am finally going to be going home and meeting them after a full 6 months because of COVID. I could not make it back home. So on 11th, I am traveling back home. It's only 2-3 days away now, and I'll be meeting my mom and dad finally. I'm very, very happy. तो वहाँ की किचन थोड़ी सुलझी हुई है. ये वाली किचन, I know I'm a chef, but I've maintained it like a bachelor. Okay guys, मटन का कलर आना शुरू हो रहा है. देखिए, नमक हमने प्याज में भी डाला और नमक मटन के मैरिनेट में भी था. तो नमक अब आप देख के भी डालेंगे, इसलिए मैंने मसालों के साथ नमक नहीं डाला है. ओके, so our masala is nice and ready. It's very, very dark in color. देखिए, it's extremely dark. It's almost like a brown paste, brownish reddish paste. Or mutton. I've started to steal very, very nicely. Let me give you a close-up of the mutton. क्योंकि मटन को वहां लाना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Look at that. कलर आना शुरू हो गया, देखो नीचे, है ना. तो आपका मटन में भी इस तरीके से रंग आना चालू हो जाना चाहिए. I think in about 2 minutes, this would have changed color from all sides. अच्छे तरीके से भूनना है मटन को भी. ओके, चलिए वापस चलते हैं शेल्फ में. नाइस, राइट. मजा आ रहा है, आ रहा होगा. नहीं आ रहा है तो पैसे वापस नहीं करूंगा चैरिटी के लिए. ओके गाइस, प्याज तो भुन गया है. इसको मैं लो फ्लेम पे कर रहा हूँ. आई डोंट वांट द अनियन टमाटर मसाला टू fully burn, so I have left it on a low flame and I'm just waiting for this mutton to steal a little more. थोड़ा सा और. इस रेसिपी में इसलिए आपको भूनते रहना है. Don't get impatient and we keep भूनोing it till we get the right color. The Sindhi mutton is always dark in its color. It's dark brown. It's meaty brown, and that color comes from the भूनोing. और कौन से शेफ का सेक्शन आप अटेंड कर रहे हैं? Whose other DIY kits have you guys got? Tell me. I'm pretty sure one of my favorite chefs is Chef Ranveer. You would have got his DIY kits. Chef Vicky भी कर रहे हैं, Chef Ajay भी हैं. We have Simon Chuhi from Australia. काफी सारे interesting chefs हैं. One of my friends is also there. Chef Dhruv is there. In one of the sessions, I think it was day before or yesterday that he was there. So I hope you've been having fun over on a plate online. And a big shout out to my dost Kiran, the man behind One on a Plate, जो मेरे को हर साल बड़े प्यार से One on a Plate में लेके आता है. So much love to Kiran Son. Okay guys, अब वो स्टेज आ गई है where in both the places oil is floating, has left the mutton, oil has left the pyaz and tomato fully, and आपको दिखेगा, you will see droplets or bubbles of oil in your pan or in your cooker. Just to give you a close up, because this is what this session is about. It's about close-ups and no hidden secret. It's about recipes. तो देखिए, पहले आपको मैं मटन का दिखाता हूँ. अगर आपको ऑयल दिख जाए, hopefully you see that oil on the sides in the pan. इसमें मटन ने अच्छे तरीके से पूरा तेल छोड़ा है सरफेस पे. So there are droplets of oil all across the pan. No matter where I move it, it will leave behind a trace of oil. तो मटन भुन गया है और रंग देखिए उसका बड़ा बढ़िया सा भुना हुआ. एंड सेम विद आवर प्याज टमाटर, वो देखिए वहां पे अच्छा सा उसमें रोगन, अब कुछ लोग बोलते हैं उसको, दैट रोगन इज राइट देयर, इट हैज लेफ्ट ब्यूटीफुल ऑयल. अब हम मटन को इसमें मिलाएंगे. एंड आई नीड बोथ माय हैंड्स, सो आई विल प्लेस यू गाइस बैक हियर. लेट्स मिक्स द मटन. शट द गैस. मिक्स द मटन. मेक श्योर मटन का जितना भी ऑयल है वो सब इसमें आ जाए. डोंट वेस्ट दिस प्रेशियस ब्यूटीफुल फैट फ्रॉम द मटन इन द कढ़ाई. डोंट थ्रो इट. हाँ, सब निकाल लो. परफेक्ट. सब निकाल लेते हैं. I'm going to leave my कढ़ाई in my sink which is full, and इसको आप अच्छे तरीके से टॉस करते हैं. मिक्स द मटन विद भुना हुआ मसाला. ठीक है जी. अच्छे तरीके से आप ना मसाले को मीट में मिला लीजिए. क्या खुशबू आ रही है यार, कमाल ही हो रहा है. मतलब आपकी किचन में भी आ ही रही होगी. ओहो, है ना, काफी कमाल है. अब वो कुछ नहीं करना. अब इसमें हम डालेंगे पानी. पानी पानी पानी. डेढ़ ग्लास पानी. अगर आपको मटन करी तरी ज्यादा पसंद है तो सिंधी में भी दो तरह के मटन बनते हैं. थोड़ा गाढ़ा वाला बनता है और थोड़ा सा रसेदार बनता है. तो रसेदार चाहिए तो आप 2 ग्लास पानी डालें. गाढ़ा चाहिए तो 1.5 ग्लास पानी डालें. Give it a nice stir. गैस को फुल पे ले आइए वापस. ठीक है. अब टेस्ट करेंगे. एक चम्मच लीजिए और चेक कीजिए कि नमक कितना है. आई लाइक टू चेक ऑन दिस स्टेज. अच्छा खासा नमक है इसमें, सो आई डोंट वांट टू ऐड एनी सॉल्ट. आप भी चेक कीजिए. See if you guys need more salt. You can add maybe half a spoon of salt अगर आपको कम लग रहा है. Because you also want the meat to soak in enough salt. I think मेरे मीट को मैंने अच्छे तरीके से मैरिनेट किया था. So salt is looking fine to me. अब कुछ नहीं करना है, सीटी लगाते हैं. I can't whistle. Bad idea. So guys, ये गया सीटी लगने. Let it. इसको अब हम लोग कम से कम 4 सीटी देंगे. फर्स्ट हाई फ्लेम पे दे रहे हैं और फिर लो फ्लेम पे देंगे बाकी 3 बची हुई सीटियां. बड़ी कुकर में सीटी आराम से लगती है. ये 5 लीटर वाली कुकर है. अगर आपके पास 3 लीटर वाली कुकर है, सीटी जल्दी जल्दी आएगी. So then our approximate time to let this mutton cook is 20 minutes in the cooker. So we will follow the time rule versus the CT rule to avoid any confusion. So 20 minutes पकाएंगे no matter what cooker you have, but on low flame after the first CT. Oh, I was clear. मैंने बहुत बात कर ली. Okay guys, सो मटन पक रहा है, मटन भुन रहा है, भुगे हुए चावल, परफेक्ट राइट। 20 मिनट में मटन पकेगा, साथ में 20 मिनट में भुगे हुए चावल पक जाएंगे, एंड देन आवर डिनर विल बी रेडी। तो पैन ले लेते हैं एक सुंदर सा, यू नो व्हाट आई एम गोना डू, लेट्स सेव ऑल ऑफ अस सम टाइम, एनर्जी एंड बर्तन। कढ़ाई मटन वाली, क्योंकि आप चावल तो मटन के साथ ही खा रहे हैं राइट, और इसमें थोड़ा सा अच्छा सा मटन की फैट की खुशबू है, अभी भी थोड़ा सा फैट चिपका हुआ है इसके भी। तो व्हाट वी कैन डू इज यूज द सेम कढ़ाई, बर्तन बचाएं, अपना एफर्ट बचाएं, चावल तो मटन के साथ ही खाने तो उसी में बनाते हैं, ठीक है। पर सिंधी भुगे हुए चावल के लिए आप लेंगे घी, घी आप लेंगे 1.5 चम्मच, 1.5 टीस्पून, दैट्स इट। तो एक कढ़ाई में आप दूसरे साइड पे घी ले लें, ये घी जैसे ही गर्म हो जाएगा इसमें हम डालेंगे 1 चम्मच तो जीरे का, और बड़ी इलायची, एक बड़ी इलायची, दैट्स इट, नो अदर खड़ा मसाला विल गो इन दिस। एंड देन इसमें भी हम प्याज को भूनेंगे, प्यार से भूनेंगे, पर उतना नहीं भूनेंगे जितना मटन के लिए भूना था। इसके थोड़े से स्वीट कैरेमलाइज अनियन, जैसे वो बर्गर में होते हैं ना, बारबेक्यू पैटी बनती है जहाँ पे, और बारबेक्यूज होते हैं, दे मेक दिस नाइस कैरेमलाइज्ड अनियन, उस स्टाइल का कैरेमलाइज्ड अनियन करना है फॉर भुगे हुए चावल। सो लेट्स डू दैट। घी गरम होना चालू हो गया गाइस, आपका घी होपफुली गरम हो रहा होगा। इसमें आप डाल देंगे जीरा 1 चम्मच, और जीरे के साथ साथ 1 बिग इलायची एज वी डिस्कस्ड, परफेक्ट। कम कर देते हैं, कूल। अब कम पे पकेगा, जीरा यहां भुन रहा है, बड़ी इलायची मैंने डाल दी है, ओके। अब इसमें आप डाल देंगे अनियंस, अनियन वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। मैं इसको गैस को कम कर रहा हूं बिकॉज आई एम ऑल्सो टॉकिंग। थिनली स्लाइस्ड लॉन्ग अनियन, इस तरीके का बोलना था। अगर आपने लंबा भी काटा है वैसे तो नो प्रॉब्लम, कोई टेंशन वाली बात नहीं है, बट आई जस्ट वांट थिन स्लाइस्ड अनियंस, दैट इज द सीक्रेट फॉर भुगे हुए चावल, ओके। गैस को अब हम मीडियम फ्लेम पे कर रहा हूँ, हम नहीं, मैं गैस को मैं मीडियम फ्लेम पे कर रहा हूँ। अब ये स्टील वाला चम्मच इसमें नहीं चलेगा क्योंकि ये नॉन स्टिक पैन है। Get a little plastic ladle. So we'll wait for the प्याज to wilt a little, फिर इसमें डालेंगे नमक एंड चीनी। तो आप नोटिस करेंगे कि बेस टेक्निक सिंधी खाने की भूनोइंग पे है। एक्चुअली हम लोग जब सिंधी कढ़ी बनाते हैं घर पे तो उसमें बेसन पहले बहुत अच्छे तरीके से स्लो रोस्ट किया जाता है, एंड मोस्ट सिंधी रेसिपीज विल रिक्वायर यू टू स्लो रोस्ट समथिंग और द अदर। आलू टूक को भी हम लोग स्लोली फ्राई करते हैं, डबल फ्राई। So the onion has started to wilt a little, guys, है ना। आपका अभी प्याज होपफुली पैन में जा चुका है। I hope you are being able to catch up with my speed. I know I'm very quick. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. So नमक आधा चम्मच, half teaspoon. You know, my grandfather always used to believe that I will grow up and I will become a cook because he used to see that how I work in the kitchen, and he used to really compliment me all the time. 1 चम्मच चीनी, आधा चम्मच नमक, और वो हमेशा मुझे बोलते थे कि तू बड़े होके शेफ ही बनेगा, देखियो। And I think I'm living his dream of me becoming a chef. And if you've been following me for a while, you would know his saying. He used to say, a friend in need is a friend indeed, but a friend who can feed is the friend you need. दोस्त वो वाले बनाओ जो खाना बना के खिला सके, साफ सी बात है। मैं इतना खाना बनाता हूँ पर मेरे दोस्त फिर भी वैसे हैं जो मुझे बना के खिलाएं खाना, क्योंकि आई गेट टायर्ड ऑफ कुकिंग फॉर एवरीबॉडी एल्स. ओके, onions have started to caramelize. मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ. चीनी से क्या होता है, चीनी से कैरामलाइजेशन जल्दी चालू होती है. ब्यूटिफुल कलर onions have. तो इसको लंबा इसलिए काटा जाता है ताकि वो उसकी मटन की तरह ना भुन जाए. The idea is for it to still have some body and shape and get some color. ठीक है, तो ये प्याज में बहुत बढ़िया रंग आया है. मैं आपको लेके आता हूं प्याज के पास. अब ये स्टेज पे हम इसमें राइस डालेंगे. दिख रहा है आपको? बढ़िया सा रंग आया है ना? ग्रेट कैरमल कलर गाइस. थोड़ा सा रंग और देंगे, अबाउट 60 मोर सेकेंड्स. फिर इसमें चावल डाल देते हैं. तो चलिए अपने चावल को निकाल लेते हैं जो सोक करके रखे थे ना हमने चावल. लेट्स टेक देम आउट. चावल ये रहे, मैं छन्नी में इसको निकाल रहा हूँ, छान रहा हूँ. आप भी छान लीजिए. छान रहा हूँ. I've not gone away. I'm still here. और प्याज यहाँ भुन रहा है. Jesus. दोनों चीजें इकट्ठे करेंगे. Okay, प्याज is looking smashing. काफी बढ़िया ब्राउन कैरमल रंग आ गया है इसमें. और मेरा चावल जो है छन्नी में है, छन गया है almost. I'm just making sure the end bits go out. Okay guys, right stage to add rice. 1 कप चावल है जिसको मैंने भिगो के रखा था. और इसमें आप डालेंगे 2.5 कप पानी. एक्चुअली इसको सोक मैंने अच्छे तरीके से किया है तो 2 कप पानी भी डल जाएगा. बिकॉज I soaked it more than I had to. तो मैं 2 कप पानी डाल रहा हूं. आप जैसे ही पानी डालेंगे you will see that lovely onion color going to the rice. So rice will naturally get colored. You see, वो onion का कैरमल कलर जो है चावल में फैल गया है. अब अगर आपको स्पाइसी राइस पसंद है, चिली पाउडर इज ऑप्शनल. मेरे को नहीं अच्छा लगता है इस राइस में चिली पाउडर डालना, तो मैं नहीं डाल रहा हूँ. बट यू कैन ऐड इट. आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू सीजन इट विद सॉल्ट एंड सम गरम मसाला. दैट्स इट. इसमें गरम मसाला पाउडर पहले चला जाता है so the rice can cook in its fragrance, but मटन में गरम मसाला एंड में जाएगा. So I'm taking out a चुटकी भर of गरम मसाला. मैं अपना गरम मसाला खुद बनाता हूँ. हमारे किचन में बनता है हमारा गरम मसाला GBC की किचन में. So I use our kitchen made गरम मसाला. If you want a गरम मसाला रेसिपी आप जा सकते हैं मेरे YouTube, Instagram या Facebook पे. दूसरी सीटी आने की तैयारी हो रही है भाई. चावल की 2 दाने ड्रॉप किए हुए. ओके, सो गाइस, अनियंस हैव मिक्स्ड वेरी वेल. अब नमक डालना बाकी है. नमक डाला था हमने? नहीं डाला राइट? थोड़ा सा प्याज में डाला था. लेट्स टेस्ट इट एनीवे. नमक जाएगा. ओहो, फ्राइड अनियन की खुशबू पानी में फैल गई है. सो नमक you will need about 1 teaspoon. अंदाजे से तो वही होगा 1/4 टीस्पून होगा ऑलमोस्ट. 1/4 teaspoon of namak. We have been able to quantify salt. Magic. Number 2 is here, guys. Number 2 is here. चावल को ढक देते हैं. जैसे ही बॉयल आ जाएगा, सिम पे कर देंगे and चावल will cook for how much time? About 12 minutes. खुशबू, घर की खुशबू आ रही है आज किचन में. So the mutton is cooking, the chawal here is cooking. I would like to clean, but आपसे बातें शातें करते हैं. सफाई लाइव के बाद कर लेंगे, उस पे क्या है. So guys, I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying today's live session. It's also one of those first experiences for me where everybody has the ingredients and you guys are cooking with me live. I think it's a very unique experience. मैंने पहले कभी ऐसा नहीं किया है कि लाइव बनाते बनाते खाना बनाते बनाते बात करते थे. हम सब लोग इकट्ठे खाना बना रहे हैं कि सबके घर में सिंधी मटन बन रहा है. That is pretty cool. So, how about you guys share your favorite moments or recipes with me? I would love to read about them. You know, अच्छा लगता है जब और communities के बारे में सीखने को मिलता है. And for people who belong to communities जिनकी cuisine की हम लोग बात ही नहीं करते हैं, please do share your stories or recipes. I would love to share it ahead with the world as well, and would love to bring your cuisine's limelight to the world. ये देखिए boil आ गया है चावल में. It's तो इसको कम कर देते हैं और ढक देते हैं. Correct. And the mutton here is cooking. So, because I am the only one who's doing all the talking, let's talk a little more about Word on a Plate. So last year, Word on a Plate happened in Chennai. उससे पहले बैंगलोर में हुआ था, where chef George Calambaris was also there. Oh my God, that man is a legend. उनके साथ किसी भी इवेंट में हो, किसी भी जगह पे हो, बहुत मजा आता है क्योंकि he is so supportive, he is so full of life, and he loves India. Just like Chef Gary, he is also the person who took me to MasterChef Australia, and that really changed my life, right? Many ways. So, which reminds me, आप सब लोगों में से किसने गोइला बटर चिकन ट्राई किया है? किया है? घर पे ट्राई किया है? और बॉम्बे में ट्राई किया है? Tell me both. Have you tried the recipe, or have you actually tried goila butter chicken in Bombay at my store? Tell me about either or. So yeah, and one of the seasons had Chef George Calambaris, and then there was Marco Pierre White, a legendary chef whom I also got to meet. So I think it's been a room full of memories when it comes to WOAP. I've known Kiran for a long while, and I think it's become into a friendship and not just like a working relationship, because his passion for food is commendable, and his passion to help and provide to others is beyond any sort of achievement, because to have passion to take care of other people, I think has to come to you from within, and I think for Kiran that's the case. Genuinely, he really cares about people, and that's the reason he's collected all of us here today to celebrate whatever is there of life and to help other people also celebrate it, or to have a decent life at least. मटन की तीसरी सीटी आने की तैयारी हो रही है, as you can hear. What CTs have you guys reached on? Please tell me. Okay, so guys, we've spoken about Word on a Plate, we've spoken about the mutton, we've spoken about Sindhi cuisine, we've spoken about butter chicken. I think the only thing that we have not really spoken about is how have I managed during this pandemic, and how have I been able to still survive in many ways, not just physically but mentally as well. And I think Age Mornings with Goila is something, it's an initiative that I started on Instagram, which was a live series that I would do every day in the first phase of the lockdown, and I would get a new guest, interact with them, and I got to interact and chat with some amazing people. So Mornings with Goila really helped connecting with different people, understanding how are they dealing with this pandemic. And the other thing, I think, just talking through it has really saved me. Sharing recipes with you guys has really helped me, and trying to make sure that my restaurant does not suffer and die in this pandemic, right? We've taken a large loan to support Goila Butter Chicken. Of course, we had to take it because of the losses we had for the first 3 months of the lockdown. We've tried to do new dishes, new menus for GBC to keep it more exciting for people to order in again. We're following all the safety protocols, whether it's wearing masks or sanitizing surfaces, hand washing to be. मतलब किचन में हैंड वॉश कौन नहीं करता है, तो हम लोग हैंड वॉशिंग तो सालों से करते आ रहे हैं और अभी भी करते हैं. हमारी किचन हमेशा साफ रहती है. So I don't really worry about that, but there are additional precautions that need to be taken. So हम लोग वो सब भी कर रहे हैं. So we've tried, we're trying our best, and I think GBC, cooking at home and sharing recipes from home and Mornings with Goila have really been my savior. But I will not lie, it's been tough. There have been days जब मुझे लगता है क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं, क्यों कर रहा हूँ, उठ के आज क्या फायदा, what am I going to really change in the world by sharing recipes. होता है कभी कभार. I think we all have our ups and downs. So I've had those kind of moments as well, and there is no running away from it. But I do believe that the world will get better. We are learning to live with this pandemic, and I think we are not far away from the day where we will actually have a solution, from this pandemic. I hope it's soon enough. So तीसरी सीटी is almost here, rice is almost cooked, and I hope everybody जो पीछे थे सब लोग अभी तक गाड़ी पकड़ के आगे आ गए होंगे, right? Nobody is now behind in this session. Let's check on the rice. चलिए, let's see how far has the rice gotten us. Ooh, खिल गया है, fluffy हो गया है, पर पानी अभी भी है. सीटी नंबर 3. बस एक सीटी और जो 5 मिनट में आ जाएगी और 5 मिनट में चावल पक जाएंगे, एंड देन वी विल ऑल हैव अ लिटिल पार्टी. एक काम करते हैं, पार्टी चालू करते हैं. लेट मी ओपन अप माय क्रिस्प बियर. ओह, बियर जो है गाइस फ्रिज में नहीं है. डैम इट. क्या हो गया? केला हो गया. फ्रिज में नहीं है बियर. गरम बियर नहीं पी सकता मैं. But what we can do is, what else can we do to do a little cheers? Water. पानी पी लेते हैं. If you guys have a drink, please get your drink and let's raise a toast to this amazing evening and world on a plate. That's it. 2 words on a plate. पानी. I think I had spoken so much कि मुझे प्यास लग रही थी. I had reached that part of the session. So, quick tips on the mutton. अगर आप इसको प्रेशर कुक नहीं कर रहे घर पे और आप इसको हांडी में पकाओगे, तो उसको आप फॉयल से सील करोगे, फिर लिड लगाओगे. So you're going to put a dum to this mutton और आप 60 to 75 minutes बिल्कुल लो फ्लेम पे उसको पकाओगे. And that's when it will become melt in the mouth. It will fall off the bone. The magic will happen. If your meat quality is not great, it might also take 90 minutes. So I would say check at 60-minute mark. नहीं है तो वापस फॉयल लगा के वापस ढक दो, फिर 75 मिनट मार्क पे चेक करो. और अगर तब भी नहीं होता है तो फिर आप 90 मिनट पे चेक करो. सेम विद द कुकर. हम लोग इसको 4 सीटी के बाद अभी खोल के चेक करेंगे. अगर नहीं पका होगा मीट, आप उसको इस लाइफ के बाद 1 या 2 सीटी और लगा सकते हैं. बट ओनली ईट मटन इफ इट्स सॉफ्ट, इफ इट्स मेल्ट इन योर माउथ. अगर उसका एक एक रेशा ऐसा अलग हो रहा हो, there is no point eating mutton that's leathery and chewy and that's a very important reason कि हमने उसको पहले marinate किया. अगर उसको marinate नहीं करेंगे तो वो leathery और chewy होगा, and we want to avoid and escape that. With the dum, always by default it is melt in your mouth. कभी ऐसा हुआ ही नहीं कि वो मक्खन की तरह बस ऐसा आप खा के देखेंगे तो मक्खन की तरह ही होता है हमेशा. So when you have the time, try the same recipe with dum. And the fourth CT is coming. It is right there. I can hear it. Can you hear it? Is it reaching you? It should be. Fourth CT is here. Also, what other recipes will you like to learn? Did you have fun in today's DIY session? Please मुझे बताइए so that we can actually understand that does this DIY session with you and me work or not. And if it works, we will do more such events जहाँ पे हम इकट्ठा मिलके सब लोग गप्पे शप्पे मारेंगे आज की तरह और खाना बनाएंगे. आज मटन बनाया है. Next time we can do a cool butter chicken, or we can do a nice chicken biryani, or we can do kebabs. और करने को तो हम खूब सारे regional recipes भी कर सकते हैं. The world is our oyster, or in this case, India is our oyster, and India is a gold mine of recipes. It's like a gold mine, legend. So, guys, please follow World Hunger Warriors. Do not forget. Don't forget to follow World on the Plate. Don't forget to attend as many sessions as you can. Spread the love with friends and family. कल एक और दिन है जहाँ पे master classes हो रही हैं. So there is still time for you to be able to attend a few master classes. Even if you're not cooking, you can just see the chefs cooking these recipes for you, and you can learn. So do share this love with your friends and family, because we are trying to do all of this for an amazing cause, and that is to help the people in need, especially of food, right? So don't forget to do that. And now we all wait patiently for that fourth CT. और उसके बाद हम लोग क्या करेंगे, उसका प्रेशर जो है immediately रिलीज कर देंगे. When you're cooking it, when you have the time, आप उसको immediately रिलीज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. You can let it be there, open it after 15 minutes when the pressure naturally releases. So we will today not wait, but otherwise you should. अरे आजा सीटी नहीं आ रही. Hero, you sometimes think कि बस इतने ही मिनट लगेंगे, 20 मिनट हो जाएगा, कभी 25 भी लग जाते हैं लाइफ में. Cooking is sometimes very dynamic. You can write everything in a recipe, but sometimes it never just falls into place, right? Like I said 20 minutes, but I think we're on the 24th minute mark. 25 मिनट हो जाएंगे अभी इसको बस बकते. हमारा सेशन जो है काफी लंबा चला गया है. किरण इज लाइक अरे इसको कोई लेके जाओ, उसकी रेसिपी खत्म नहीं हो रही है. बट लेट्स आई थिंक राइस चेक कर लेते हैं गाइस एक बार. ओहो हो, खिला हुआ जबरदस्त. द वाटर इज ऑलमोस्ट गॉन. बहुत कम पानी बचा है, तो 2 मिनट में चावल पक जाएगा. इसको बंद कर देंगे और प्लेटिंग की तैयारी करते हैं. लेट्स पुल आउट आवर बोल्स जिसमें हम लोग सिंधी मटन निकालेंगे एंड वी विल ट्राई इट. आई हैव गॉट अ लवली ब्राइट बोल. अभी मटन को खोल के उसमें हम लोग ऊपर से गरम मसाला डालेंगे और फ्रेश धनिया डालेंगे गार्निश के लिए. जय हो. सीटी आ गई है और खुशबू आ रही है मटन की, सिंधी मटन वाली. सो आई एम गोइंग टू गेट धनिया. मैंने धनिया को काट के सोक करके रखा है बोल में. आपको हमेशा धनिया काट के सोक करके फ्रिज में डाल देना चाहिए, बिकॉज वो क्या होता है, खिल जाता है एंड इट रीगेन्स इट्स लाइफ. इट्स फ्रेश एंड क्रिस्प. अब इस धनिया को मैं पानी में से निकाल के एक ऐसी प्लेट पे, ढक्कन पे, किसी भी जगह निकाल लीजिए. खूब सारा धनिया जाता है इसमें. सी आई ऑलमोस्ट हैव अ हैंडफुल of coriander with me, so lots of fresh dhania. धनिया में सिंधी लोग कंजूसी नहीं करते, बाकी सब जगह कंजूसी करते हैं, धनिया में नहीं करते. Also, while we are at this, I should let you guys know I'm a part बनिया मारवाड़ी सिंधी. काफी डेडली कॉम्बिनेशन है कसम से. चलिए, तो अब मटन को प्रेशर रिलीज करते हैं. चावल को मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ. राइस इज कुक्ड अ लॉट. लेट द प्रेशर कम आउट. लेट द प्रेशर कम आउट. Almost there, guys. खुशबू आ रही है बहुत अमेजिंग. I am very very excited honestly. गरम मसाला रेडी है, गार्निश रेडी है. CT is almost. Whistle is released. I am taking out my special homemade, restaurant made गरम मसाला, जिसकी रेसिपी मैंने बाय द वे ऑनलाइन शेयर करी हुई है. इसमें आप लोग आधा चम्मच गरम मसाला का डालेंगे, हाफ अ टीस्पून. ओहो कमाल का रंग है जी. आपको दिखाता हूँ, आपको लेके आता हूँ अपने कुकर पे. पर कुकर पे लाने से पहले गरम मसाला था मेरे हाथ में. Put all the garam masala in. Let's give it a lovely stir. ठीक है. और इस स्टेज पे अब आप चेक करें कि मटन पका है कि नहीं. Has it softened or not? So the easiest way to do that is let's pull one piece out on the bone. ओहो भाई, ये तो 100% पका है. बिकॉज मैं आपको आपके पास लेके आता हूं. दिस पीस हैज कुक्ड ब्यूटिफुली, क्योंकि मटन जो है इट्स ब्रेकिंग अपार्ट. वो उतर रहा है हड्डी से. ये देखिए, इट हैज कुक्ड. ओह, देखो कोई चीटिंग नहीं है, आपके सामने बनाया है आज. It's literally, it's melting in my mouth. तो मैं क्या करूंगा, इसको यहाँ साइड रखूंगा. धनिया, जो फ्रेश धनिया था, half the धनिया of this goes inside. Okay. बाकी गार्निश के लिए रखेंगे, टॉप गार्निश के लिए. So it's appetizing for people who are eating it, right? So I am now mixing this dhania in the curry. And we are now going to take it out and serve it in a bowl and do our final garnish with our भुगे हुए चावल. तो पहले क्या करेंगे, इसको खोल लेते हैं, हमारे भुगे हुए चावल को. ये मीट जो है वापस डाल देते हैं. I have a lovely bowl. I'm going to show you the rice as well. Actually मैं आपको राइस के पास लेके आता हूँ. Look at that lovely color, and it's cooked beautifully. So rice is also ready and mutton is also ready. So half bowl में rice और half bowl में mutton. So it's our Sindhi meat bowl. Meat bowl, guys. Are you seeing my amazing puns? आपका सिंधी मीट बोल तैयार है, तैयार है. जैसे हम टीवी शोज में करते हैं ना, तैयार है. So Sindhi meat bowl is ready. इसमें आप ग्रेवी डालिए, मटन निकालिए और ऊपर से बढ़िया सा धनिया का गार्निश लगाइए. I almost sound like a little pandit doing like reading mantras or something. Sometimes I talk nonsense. I am capable of that. Clean the sides, clean the edges, make the bowl look as pretty as you can. वैसे तो mutton है. And guys, that's my world on a plate online edition for you. T1 Sindhi style mutton. और बड़ा saliva आ रहा है मुंह में. You can if you can hear it. That is our Sindhi style mutton. Let me see if you can get a better look. Gorgeous, right? Dark in color, the way I said it should look. Fabulous stuff. So guys, that is it from me. बहुत पसीने भाई इस मटन के लिए. आई होप यू गाइस हैड फन. वैसे तो हमें यहाँ पे 45 मिनट बिताने थे पर मैंने काफी लंबा टाइम ले लिया आपका. बट thank you so much again guys for joining my session on Word on a Plate online edition. Thank you for being a part of this great cause. I hope you enjoyed this recipe. I hope you enjoys this bowl of food at home and meals or soup in front of other people's home or in other people's life. I really appreciate it. Word on a Plate really appreciates it. Thank you very much. And don't forget, you are that friend.
एक कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Bangalore. So there are about, we serve these people on a daily basis, about 200 people, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So,
So that's 600 meals a day.
yeah, we are 600 only in this area. We do overall about anything from 1000 to 1200 with a truck. So today they are having hot dosas. You can see.
Wow.
The
So
chef
guys,
is, I'll take,
if you're not aware, this is World on a Plate, a very, very popular platform by Kiran here, and we every year we look forward to participating in World on a Plate. This year, World on a Plate went online, और आप देख सकते हैं कि World on a Plate से they started World Hunger Warriors, and they are feeding 1,000 meals from one truck every day to people in need. So that's an amazing initiative. और इस साल वर्ल्ड ऑन अ प्लेट के लिए हम लोग काफी सारे फंड इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं to make sure we can have more such trucks, we can have more such meals fed to all the people in need, especially in Bangalore and then in India as well. So we should thank World on a Plate and Kiran for actually starting this initiative. Chefs like me are just a very small part of it. हम लोग को रिक्वेस्ट करके आप लोगों से आप लोग को खाना सिखा के we can raise funds, but Kiran and World on a Plate team is doing a great job. So yay for World Hunger Warriors.
so you can see the dosas being made by the chef, and the service is happening. A little boy is going to get the food now, and then of course there are lots of people lined up behind. I'm on the truck at the moment.
I know, we can see a long queue, Kiran, behind you.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
So how are you being able to afford to feed these meals to people?
So yes, I mean, it's been a fundraiser. We've been fundraising for a while. Of course, our money is what we've been investing in. We've served over 500,000 meals till now, and we don't want to stop, because what has happened during the migrant movement, you can see people picking up food. During the migrant movements, there was, of course, people who were hungry on the road, everything. But after the migrant, there is the need has been massive, because the urban poor have lost jobs. All these guys are urban poor, so we've given them cards, and these guys have been, feeding. We've been feeding them for almost from the time the lockdown has started, right? And more than that, the need is higher now. The reason being is that, like I said, livelihoods are lost.
Unemployment,
very, very bad work. And while the media is not talking much about it, but on the ground, it's quite a bad scenario. So that's why we wanted World on a Plate to dedicate all its funds to this. And thanks to you guys, chefs, who spent so much time and energy coming together.
We have almost 350 people right now watching us. How do these people contribute to this initiative? कैसे कर सकते हैं contribute? How do they become hunger warriors?
Going to go away a little bit because there's a lot of noise. So basically, you can become a hunger warrior by contributing your time and doing stuff on the ground, or of course you can you can contribute by, of course, like what you guys are doing. You're doing charitable work, or spending, you did a master class for us, and there's a fundraiser which is on the master class, right? So we fundraise that way. So people can come on the ground and work. People can come work on the ground or donate.
So Kiran, people are asking, Abhi is asking, how can we donate? Where can they go and donate for this particular fundraiser where you're feeding meals to people on the wheel?
Okay, so I'm just going to put the link there. Then if you can tag it, it'll be great. If you can pin it, that'll be nice.
for some.
Yeah, there
So
it is.
yeah, pin comment. Done, Kiran. So guys, you can donate on www.woap.in. We have almost 28 chefs from across the globe, including the loved ones like Chef Ranveer Barar and Chef Ajay Chopra, Chef Vicky Ratani. आप बस शेफ का नाम लीजिए सब लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं इस इनिशिएटिव में वी आर ऑल contributing in our own small way by hosting master classes but you can do a better job and to make this more special Chef Ranveer Barar will probably join us and give us a little surprise as to जो टॉप 10 डोनेशंस करेगा उनको कुछ बहुत स्पेशल मिलने वाला है फ्रॉम आवर एंड सो आई विल नॉट रिवील इट दैट्स फॉर शेफ रणवीर बरार टू रिवील later in this live and yes we have him joining in as well but that's not the big surprise today Kiran we
Yeah.
have something else also to announce in today's live and
I'm
this
excited
is
too. I'm
this is
excited
very
about that.
exciting guys so without to do our first pop-up there and it was a massive
tomorrow we've got Vicky Ratnani, Saransh Goyla. I mean, sorry, actually, if Saransh comes
Saransh
like
Goyla is here. We have Ranveer
again,
Barar
he's
tomorrow.
coming. It always comes back, you know. See how close I am to you. Vicky Ratnani, Paul Kinney, Ranveer Brar, who is going to end the festival, Colibri Jimenez from Mexico. So we take people, and the best part about this, Saransh, is I enjoyed your masterclass so much because during the festivals at World on a Plate, I never got to watch one masterclass. So today
Yeah.
I'm so happy that I could even see you cooking and taking, you know, a trip into your small, amazing kitchen and everybody's kitchen. So
Okay, if I go right now to my kitchen, अभी थोड़ा सा network might break, but guys, ये मेरी bachelor kitchen है और यहाँ पे पूरी shooting होती है. Master class के बाद बर्तन अभी धुलने नहीं है. बर्तन need to be washed. So that's my little tiny cute kitchen in Bombay.
So that's what we were saying, that you know we went to
And say
Simon's
hello to my
kitchen all the
camera from which I shoot.
So we went to Australia to Simon's kitchen. We're going to again back to Australia tomorrow with Sebi. We're going to Mexico. So we're going around the world, and that's what makes World on a Plate Live so exciting. And chatting with you guys has been a pleasure. So guys, please go and donate because every meal counts. You know, so we've actually worked it out in such a way. 10 rupees we can buy a meal to these people. So imagine what you can do with your
10 रुपए लगता है एक मील बाय करने में, तो आप सोचिए आप 100 रुपए करेंगे, आप 10 लोगों को खिला रहे हैं. आप 1000 रुपए करेंगे, आप 100 लोगों को खिला रहे हैं. आप 10,000 रुपए करेंगे तो आप 1000 लोगों को खाना खिला रहे हैं. Imagine.
And if you see the names of this, people who have donated, all their names are here. So this truck is just made to, you know, there are many names around the truck. You know,
that
so
is
this is
incredible, Kiran. I am getting goosebumps. Like
look at this. Look at this. Simon Toohey. He just did a donation. And
Kiran, after this live, you're going to see a large donation from me coming into the account.
Thank you. Lovely. Looking forward to. So I'm going to log off. I think Ranveer is waiting for you.
Cool.
He wants to chat with you. So thank you, Saransh. I'm super excited to bring Goyla back to Bangalore.
Yes, Goyla is coming to Bangalore.
Finally, we're going to have some good butter chicken. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, thank you, guys.
So guys, that was Kiran and Word on a Plate. Thank you, Kiran, and all the best with the Word Hunger Warriors. And thank you. So guys, Word on a Plate का हमने यहाँ पे पिन किया हुआ है WOAP.in पे आप डोनेट कर सकते हैं. We are trying to raise as much money to feed people on the streets, people who are jobless, people who are actually skilled workers but are just suffering and they don't have a meal to feed on. So let's help them. 10 rupees for a meal only. So आपकी donation can feed thousands of people. Imagine. But without further ado, what we're going to try and do is we're going to have Chef Ranveer Barar. Let's see if he's come yet. I think we are waiting for him to tune in. And then Chef Ranveer Barar has a little surprise for every person who's going to donate today. People who will have top 10 donations, Chef Ranveer is going to announce something fun. So it's also fun, right? आप हमारी community में से हैं. So humble की बात करते हैं because Chef Ranveer Barar is here. He is really humble. Like, trust me. In the last 2 months, 3 months, the kind of love he has given me, Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
कैसे हो?
Very good.
मैं सबको बता रहा था कि आप बहुत humble हो क्योंकि पिछले 3-4 महीने में you have really like called me and you've guided me to not shut GBC and keep it running.
Well, it's great. You're doing a great job. Why stop? Yeah. For everybody who's here, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for being here. बहुत अच्छा लगा और किसी कारण से हैं हम दोनों यहाँ पे. Saransh and I are here for a reason, for a purpose. You know, how did the masterclass go?
Masterclass में मजा आया बहुत. I think a lot of people were surprised कि मैंने अदरक लहसुन सिर्फ मैरिनेशन में डाला, मीट को मैरिनेट करते हुए, और फिर भूनने में नहीं डाला. So I was telling them that 2 बार अदरक लहसुन डाल के क्या फायदा, एक ही बार if it's going in the marinade. So a lot of people, you know, I think everybody has a different cooking style, पर मजा आया. It was a lot of fun, and I think it's interesting because when you're cooking live with people, so you have to also match up their pace. So it takes some time to get used to it. But आपने तो Master Chef में किया है, where you give contest
cook-alongs and everything else. Yeah. But for everybody who's here, we are here for a cause. For everybody who's here, we are here for a cause. आज Chef Saransh की जो masterclass हुई है, the idea was to collect funds for a soup kitchen. You know, the World Hunger Warriors, उन्होंने 500,000 5 लाख लोगों को अब तक खाना खिलाया है और उनका ये काम जारी रहे, इसलिए there is a donation drive that is on. This year, every penny that we collect from WAP goes to charity.
Yeah.
So please donate generously. और जो top 10 donors होंगे उनको एक apron मिलेगा, the orange signature orange apron of World on a Plate, signed by Chef Saransh, me, and the World Hunger Warriors. So please donate generously. Donate on www.woap.in. Everybody, please. These are, these are moments where we should help as much as we can. The target is 10 million. We are at, I think, 350 odd thousand.
Yeah, 350.
350 odd thousand. So please.
पहुंच सकते हैं chef, and we have a good amount of time, guys. This is not limited to only today. You can keep contributing to this drive. It is ongoing. So restriction नहीं है. अगर आपको लगता है आज नहीं कर पाएंगे, कल कर पाएंगे, so be it. But please do it. And अब शेफ रणवीर ने आपको बता दिया है, तो अब आप ये नहीं बोल पाओगे कि रणवीर ने बताया नहीं.
Also, please, I have a masterclass. 9th is tomorrow, no? So I have a masterclass tomorrow. So please log into that masterclass. It's at 5 o'clock. We might be a little late, but please be there. And then we'll.
शेफ आप क्या सिखा रहे हो कि मास्टर क्लास में कल सबको?
मैं केले की मछली दिखा रहा हूँ.
So केले के साथ मछली या केले के पत्ते में मछली?
नहीं, केले की मछली. तो इट्स अ कायस्थ डिश ना. केले को पका के मछली की तरह फ्राई करके ग्रेवी में डाल देते हैं. The idea of coming here is very simple. The idea of coming here is to say donate now. हम जितने लोग हैं जो हम खुशी खाते हैं, जहाँ मौका मिले वहाँ पे हमको ये भी इंश्योर करना चाहिए कि बाकी सब लोग भी खुशी खाएं. And this is for ending hunger. So please donate, guys.
And you can become a hunger warrior. Yeah. And chef, we actually showed them the soup kitchen before the live. सब लोगों ने देखा कि कैसे actually hunger warriors are feeding people on the street. That van, the food van is really cool. Under dosa ban raha hai, and it's not just soups. They are on a different day cooking different dishes for people. So it felt amazing.